Hi. I survived the weekend. Yippee. It's been 84 years, Nola. But I did perish after. I did perish after the marathon. I realized my body is not strong enough to, what's it called? It's not strong enough to do a 10-hour stream. That's one of the things. Huzzah, Ray Survivor, right? This, like, definitely not. Finally, you're not in your prime. That and it was storming the past several days. Hello! なんか、この週末でマジで死んだ、天気のせいで、その後は多分、先週の配信がちょっと長すぎてしまった気のせいかな10時間配信したよ。配信してたから体がもうダメだと多分言われた。そういう感じ。Pretty sure it's because I accidentally streamed for too long. Haha. And you know what's fucked up, guys? You know what's fucked up about that stream? Hello, hello. You know what's fucked up about that stream, guys? Twitch decided to be like, oh, we're not gonna include this long ass stream into your performance for partner. I'm like, fuck you! Bro, Twitch hates me! They fucking hate me! Ah! They're so... This is glorification. Bro, I was just like, okay, listen, chat. Like, I really thought that 10-hour stream was like, okay, you know what? This is a longer form stream. Maybe this will... Maybe, surely with today, I think it'll be fine. They're like, actually, we did not include this. And I'm like, what the fuck? なんか、前の10時間配信は、パートナーの、なんか、what's it called? Requirements? Requirements どういう意味? I forgot the word for requirements. Requirements. 条件? No. There it is. Oh, hold on. なんか、10時間の配信を先週やったんだけど、その配信は、パートナーの条件に入れないらしい。だから、なんだろう。マジで、あれと思った。条件 Yeah, 条件。That was my brain yesterday at my JLPT. Oh yeah! JLPT happened! How was that? なんか昨日は JLPT だったらしいよね。JLPT のみんな、どうだった配信。配信違う。試験。どうだった試験。How was the test? 試験はどうだった私やらないけど。Other than forgetting half of my memorized kanji, I guess as well as you expect. Well, usually I forgo all kanjis and just like max out my listening. JLPT の時はもう2回ぐらいやったんですけど、N3 と N2 をやったんだけど、その時は全く漢字覚えせずに、文法もまあまあけど、聞くの部分で、なんか、そこ、なんか、聞き取りの部分はマジで良かったから、まあ、やな。Like, I mean, I passed because I was doing well in the listening comprehension. I think I got a really high number there. So most of my points are from there. So I just had to wing a little bit on grammar and kanji. That's me, no. I think the listening went way much better. I think so too. Fingers crossed, we'll find out at the end of January. I hope it'll be good. I really hope it'll be good. You get stronger every 11th stream. That's true. Wink. I still can wink. If not, oh well, retake the next time and be more prepared. Hi Ray, hi Ted, hello. Endless cries. Wait, do I call you endless cries? Eden, or dies? That's a lot. Stretch, thank you. Hold on, I'll stretch. Oh my god. That was a good stretch. Thank you. Oh my god. Every time I see a greetings for Ray, I get confused. It's not for me. Call me endless. Oh yay! Welcome in. But yeah, today we're still playing Inazuma 11. What a surprise, chat. What a surprise. Aside we're gonna play Inazuma 11. Let me just boot up the game. I'll boot up the game in 5 minutes, but like, I've had migraine introspection weekend. So for those who were not in my Discord, Inazuma 11 is a new Fields of Mystery. I think for Inazuma 11, once I play until like the story ends, I'll probably like go back to drawing again, and then I'm trying to figure out like things that I should play on stream and things I should play off stream. You okay? Sounds like you caught a cold. Not a cold, but kind of like. So the rain has been really bad. なんか最近の天気はマジで悪くて、大雨でなんか雷が多い。Like there's been a lot of like big rain storms with a lot of thunder, and you know, I thought I didn't get any like of the rain. I didn't think I was getting like rain on my head, but I think some rain might have touched my head, so it caused like a migraine. なんか雨がちょっと頭に当たったかな、少しだけ当たってちょっとそこでなんか熱じゃなくても頭が痛くなった。 Yeah, I think it's just because of the rain and weather. I'm really bad. Awesome that I finally caught you live. Yay! Hello network. Ouija. Hello. Oh, so here's the thing, guys. I want to look like slightly TMI, but not really. But basically, I'm starting to take my blood pressure tension. I'm taking my tension every morning now, just because my brother currently he's a little bit overweight, and so the doctors have told him that he needs to like lose weight, right, for his height and for his health. And hold on. And basically, my brother's tension right now is very high. His tension is around, his highest is 150. And you know, like, when your highest tension is 150, that's really, really like very high, right? So my brother has to lower his tension. His highest number needs to be like 120. So that's what he has to do now, like losing weight and making sure that he's healthy and stuff like that. Bro shouldn't have finished the leftover turkey. Yeah, so he needs to get it down to 120 from 150. That's like, but like sometimes it increases to 160. So with me, I got my mom's blood genetics, so I have low blood pressure. So my range of tension, my highest one is 70, at most is 90. So on a normal day, my tension would be around like 75 to 80. Highest would be 90, but I've never gotten my tension up above like 100. And so I asked my mom, hey, you know, like this is a genetic thing, right? So what tension should I be concerned of? Because I'll never get it that high, but it can get lower. And she's like, okay, if you ever reach the 50s as your highest, you're probably having a migraine. So I did check. I did check yesterday if I had a migraine, if my tension was that low. I did check, and my tension was like around like at 50 something, and I'm like, low blood pressure. Hey, cutie, hi! Oh, that's low, not gonna lie. I don't know what's the normal BP. I feel like a normal one would be like my brother's, which keeping it at around like 100 plus to 120 is still okay. I'm just very low blood pressure. Hypertension is no joke. It does wild stress on your organs. So yeah, that's why most days if it's stormy and stuff, and the air pressure, like you know, low air pressure and stuff like that, it's harder for me to get oxygen for my lungs. That's why I really die. That's why I really die on rainy days, because I feel like I don't have enough oxygen coming into me. Both siblings are in the extreme end of the spectrum. It's true though. My brother is like an extrovert and I'm an introvert actually. Guys, I'm actually an introvert. That's why my brother's the type who's gonna be like, hey yo, I'm gonna talk to everyone, but I'm like that. I'm gonna watch everyone first, then I'll, you know, then I'll talk if I feel like talking, and then I'll, you know, eventually I'll disappear. Anyways, it has been. It is 8. I'm gonna load the game slowly. Let me load the game. Oh my god, I forgot to release El Doggy. Hold on. Wait, I want to release El Doggy. And then, what else? Oh yeah, for those who are not on Discord, I finally have a Discord tag for y'all. Yippee! And literally, you know, initially I was trying to think about like, should the Discord tag just be RGLR? But like, I feel like that would be so sad. Like, imagine if it's just like that, you know, like regular. I'm like, ugh, that's so boring. Oh, what channel on the Discord server can I share my art? It should be in hobby sharing. You can share your art in hobby sharing. Hold on, I need to get this game audio. Victory Road. Yeah. Lisa, congrats. Yeah, so now our tag right now is Aibo. In alphabet, it'll be something like this, but if I wrote it in English, I can't fit the four letter thing, so it's in Japanese Aibo, which means partner or buddy, because I feel like you guys are my buddy and partner. And I just felt like, you know what, I feel like putting it as Aibo would be cuter instead of like as regular, because I think that's what like kept me a little bit like, I don't know how to set this up, and I didn't really search more about it, because I was just like, would I really just call you guys regular? That's just so weird. I feel like regular is just a community name. But generally, I wanted to be like, how do you say it? It would be cuter if I could like call you, like give you guys a different tag. Oh, my brightness eyes! There we go, sorry. I had a flashbang moment. Hold on, let me read. Absolutely, I tend to do so to keep my sanity and work every so often. Oh shit. Bleh. So cute, buddies. The real regular is the Aibo we get along the way. Yeah. Sorry, flashbang. Hold on, just to be cute. Let's bring out the doggy. Also, I've been thinking. Hear me out, chat. Hold on. Chat, I've been thinking. Hear me out. I was thinking, what if, for next year, hold on, I forgot. I'm blinding! She's blinding! Okay, hold on. Maybe I should put this off, hold on. It's better this way. Wait, I have an idea. After this song is done. Da 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 da. Oh, da da da. Right, that's all right. I got distracted. That's all right. That's all right. Papa. イエーイ。どこだっけ？さっきの言ったことはどこだっけ？Where was I? ついに忘れてしまった。あれ？さっきの言葉はどこまでかな？ I forgot. You have... So yes, I have idea. Hold on. I have idea. いいアイディアがあるんだけど、多分みんなはもうやってるけど、いいアイディアがあるです。You were at the hear me out for next. What is the idea? Okay, hear me out part 2. ちょっと自分の話を聞いてくれない？ So I was thinking about making alerts, right? So if you guys know, my alerts are made by a good friend, but I feel like I wanna like make it more personalized for you guys. So I was thinking of like, should I go back, quote unquote, go back doing voiced alerts? Something that's not too annoying though. Ohayo, I'm learning Japanese. Irasai. This is a perfect game to learn Japanese actually, Frame. And well, come in. I'll be explaining most stuff as well as I can because I'm also relearning it the same way as you guys. この配信で少しずつ日本語を学び、思い出すことをやろうと思って、自分は日本語大体わかるんだけど、時々文法や言葉のなんか知識を忘れてしまって、だからこのゲームでいろんな言葉をまたなんか思い出すことができるし、具体的に会話でどんな日本語を使うのか、理解できるから、ここでいいね。Yeah, so yeah, mostly relearning Japanese slowly through the story. And honestly, if you understand the story with the Japanese that's been given, that means you can understand Japanese, and that's really good. Are we getting a real deal Soxer sound rhythm? I forgot to change it. Should I change it now? ちょっと待ってね。アラートはまだ設定してないんだけど、I can change it right now before I forward. Hold on. And then I'll put the credit. I'm learning first hiragana and after katakana. Yeah. That's perfect. As long as you remember those two first, you'll be able to kind of like understand a little bit more on like how to read things. For example, like this one, Suzuki Kara. Once you start to be able to at least read those like really fast, then you can tackle kanji, which helps with like understanding things. なんか最初はひらがなとカタカナのなんか覚える練習が必要で、その後はなんか自然に読めることができるなら漢字などのなんか言葉をもうそれが少しずつなんか自分の頭に入ろう感じかな。そこができたらいいんだけど、自分のペースでいいかな。Yeah, it's just best to do it at your own pace at that point. Even I'm doing it at my own pace. And I feel like just making sure that I try to use it every stream really does help. なんか自分だったら少しずつなんかいつも配信してる時は、日本語を少しずつ使うと少しずつなんか自然に覚える感じからそこでみんなもいいかなそういう感じで。Okay, give me a moment. Let me download the video. Hold on. Has video. Hold on. Let me find it. Good timing. Was it this one? Was it this one? I think it was. これ... Oh wait, I forgot to see this one. Forgot that Carl edited. I forgot that Carl also edited with like my face on it. ちょっと待ってね、hold on. Oh my god, okay, here we go. Let me download this. ちょっとダウンロードして、このアラートにちょっとねちょっと待ってほしいんです。あと、これ、save. Okay, I have saved the thingy. Come on. Okay, I saved it. Let me close that. Close. セーブできました。その後は、レードメッセージの調整。これをリフレッシュ。OK! ロナディーニョソクス。そう。It is pure art. That's true. It is a language you will never stop learning as well since there are so many kanji. So slow and steady. そう。マジで漢字となんかスラングが多いからね、日本語。Victory Road! Yeah! Gotta alert it. Have good game. Oh, good. Thank you so much for lurking. We are still slowly but surely trying to reach partner. なんかパートナーの条件を少しずつ目指そうな感じだから、まあ、ちょっとムカつくだか、まあ、なんか10時間の配信はまだムカつくんだけど。I'm still a little bit pissed off. I don't know how Twitch works, but that 10-hour stream did not count. It did not count. We're partner. It's so silly. Okay. じゃあ先週サポートマドンを読もうかな。Let's read this because I feel like I need to brush up a little bit. Fuck you mean it didn't count. Do you know what it didn't count? It didn't count as a unique day. So the requirement says that you need to stream for 6 unique days per month and you have to do it for 2 months. And it has to have a CCV of 75 plus. And I double checked. The CCV that I ended in according to Twitch stats was 100 plus. Do you know what it didn't count? No, I can never know because literally it's probably the quote unquote what they mean by a unique day. 2 streams a week on average. Yeah, and I think like I didn't stream that much that day. Damn, so close. So right now we're at 1 out of 6 for the second month. 今の段階だったら1から6かな。So we need 5 more times. So we'll see. 2 streams a week on average. But yeah, the thing is like it doesn't really tell you like what is a unique day. If it's like 2 streams a week on average, then I don't think I streamed that much last week. But we'll see. わかんないね. By second month, do they mean December? Yeah. Mine's December. So I think, hold on, let me double check it. I last streamed well, not really December, but sometimes they track it as something really weird. They don't give like December to December, but they give you like this month. 23's day left to stream. Yeah. ちょっとね Twitch is weird, so Twitch is really weird. Okay, so I streamed 6 days ago. 6 days ago was an Inazuma 11 stream. So that would be at the 2nd. So yeah, that's the thing. I streamed on the 2nd, I streamed on the 4th. That's 2 streams in a week. ね。なんか変だよね。もしユニークな配信だったら、なんか2回ぐらい、なんか1週間で2回ぐらい配信すると、まあ、なんか、2と4は大丈夫そうだけど、なぜかというと、入れなかった。They have Discord in Inazuma 11. 日本語すごいですね。いや、最近はちょっと遅いかな。文法も忘れてるし。I've been forgetting a lot of things, so I'm trying my best. That's unfortunate. Can we send virtual slaps to the one who set that system? Technically, the system is easier now, in a sense, but you know, しょうがないな。じゃあ、選手サポートを読もうかな。はは、よろしくお願いします。生徒会も、全面的にサッカー部を支援します。Basically saying, looking forward to work with all of you. The student council fully supports the soccer club. Like they fully support it. Like everything they'll support. And then basically asking, それと、笹波くん、エグセティブマネージャーよ。Basically, she's saying like she's the executive manager. I don't know what that means. Like, I don't know what's the difference between an executive manager and manager. You got the reserve team now? I think we're about to choose a reserve team. Because that's where I think I was at. なんか今日の配信で多分、what was it called? なんか2つの学校が急に1つになるストーリー的だから多分今日はメインチームを選ぼうかな。Both of the managers. Wait, so it's like manage the managers kind of thing? なんかマネージャーをマネージする感じ。はい、そうでしたね。これからよろしくお願いします。了解。楽しい味方が増えたね。It's like, we have reliable teammates now. Yippee, we're getting more reliable teammates. And then saying, 千の会長が言ったら最強です。And because like, because we have the president. Haha. It's like, why? Why means like, yay! In Japanese. It's like a slang. Okay. サッカー部には大きな運営予算って What is 運営予算Management. Oh, 運営予算 is usually budget, right? Like budget. 大きな運営予算を確保してはいるけど、無駄なことに使わせるつもりはないから、そのつもりで。マネージャーよりもっと上。そう。多分マネージャーをなんか運営する。そういう理解しようかと。クラブバジェット、It's time for peak. Yeah! もう十分にサッカーは優遇されていると思っています。無駄遣いをしたりはしません。Basically saying like, we have like a big funding for the team, so hopefully no one uses it for like 無駄なことを使わせる basically like don't use it for like meaningless things. And basically Unmei-kun was like, of course we do not want to use like the soccer team's like budget for like meaningless shit. Yeah, for shit that's not useful. Correct. できたばかりのサッカー部が上を目指すのだから、学校としても最大限のサポートをするつもり。中途半端なことは嫌いなので。Hi, hello, welcome in. So basically, since the soccer team has just been formed, basically we're still aiming for the top, even though it's like form. And because we're aiming for the top, the school is supporting the soccer team as much as they can. 中途半端 is a very nice word to learn, guys. 中途半端, basically half-assed. Like don't do things half-assed because she hates half-assed things. Never half-ass. I know that word. Yeah, 中途半端 is a really, really nice word. なんか中途半端の言葉が大好きなんで、いい言葉と思う。うん。そうですね。本当洗脳さんが敵じゃなくてよかったです。中途半端ではない攻撃を加えられそうですしね。うん。Damn. Basically saying like, I'm so glad you're not the enemy, because I feel like if the club president is basically our enemy, half-assed things would probably get eaten up really fast, you know? Like, you can't really beat her with half-assed things, which is true. Nanto. Is usually like, oh, in agreement. And she's like, oh, gasp. But this is basically gasp. Nanto is just gasp. させなみくん、校内でのサッカーバトルはどうだった? And I was asking now, this is a different conversation. How was the what do you call it, the soccer match within the school? And then, let's see. いろんな個性と戦えるのはいい経験になります。対応の幅も広がりそうですし。Basically, it's like 対応. I feel like I know like how to like understand what the meaning is, but like I don't know what the exact English word is. It happens sometimes. 対応. Correspondence, equivalence. Wow. English word is so long. Japanese is just 対応. And then in English it's like correspondence to, equivalence, matching, coordination. It's a lot. It's a lot. 対戦相手のみんなも楽しんでくれてみたい。They actually had fun apparently from the little like practice match. なんだかんだみんなサッカー好きだよね。It's like, it's nice that everyone enjoyed the matchup, like the practice matchup, and she's like, oh, people really like soccer, huh? I'm like, yeah. ですが、もう少しバリエーションが欲しいところですね。And he's basically saying like, it was good and all, but it would be nice to have a little bit more variation. What variation does he mean? Let's keep continuing reading it. そんなに焦らなくても、今後もサッカーバトルの相手は増える予定よ。Okay, so basically it's like, oh, I mean, don't be in such a rush. There's more like soccer battles that's gonna come anyways, and the type of people basically that will fight along is gonna be, you know, we'll have variation eventually. Everyone loves soccer? Yeah! Okay, this is really long. 各部活ごとに特色が見られる筋肉の多様性、それぞれの効果的なトレーニングを続けているからこそ、作り上げられる体を加えて成長的 成長期。成長期の爆発を、成長的な爆発的な伸び率も影響してて、大変勉強になります。We're gonna go from fighting some nerds to fighting Zeus. It will happen eventually. Okay, so here it basically says like, each club has their own like 特色が見られる筋肉の多様性. It's like, how do you say it? Bombastic growth spurt? Yeah, it's kind of like they have their own like training that helps with like tackling specific muscles. Like it depends on the club, right? That's why like it helps. It really depends on like what training you do that will have benefit to like a specific muscle that could be important to the soccer team in a sense. つまり、ももちさんは僕たちのサッカーバトルもバッチリストーカーしているわけですね。Wow! Wow, okay, so basically, this is her, like, according to my observations, you know. I love your model, thank you. It's actually a customizable model that is available for purchase by Akizone. So I'm actually using a customizable model based on my own how do you say it? Own OC, own persona. It's just that the one with my actual art is getting rigged, so it will only come out next year. But like, this has really nice rigging, so I thought it would be nice to use this as like a placeholder and also making sure people know I actually have a lot of emotions. Haha. It is very expressive for sure, like this model. So I think a lot of people can figure out my expressions, or like, I guess I smile a lot. But yeah, basically Momoji-san is saying like, basically she's like, according to my calculations and observations, here's the muscles, blah 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 blah. And then Unmei-kun's like, so according to you, you looked at our soccer match and just stalked everyone, huh? Is this your first Inazuma game? It is, but I do know the series. I've watched the anime. I've watched the anime for like a long time. There you go. You're more of a data freak, he says in English. See, in English, they say it as data freak, right? I don't know, like how do you say it? Like in English, it's nice. They're like, oh, you're like a data freak. But in Japanese, they're like, you're a stalker. Like they really do not like mess around with the words. Like literally, if you're a stalker to them, they will be like, girl, you are a stalker. That's why it's like stalker. I'm just like, you know, maybe it wouldn't pass in English, but I love reading these in Japanese because it's so fucking funny. They can be really like, you know, brutal about it sometimes. PG-13, by the way. このゲームはなんか日本語だったらマジでなんか会話的にはめっちゃおもろと思うんだけど、英語になったらなんかなんか翻訳は時々ちょっと優しすぎてなんか面白いセンスが時々なんか翻訳になんかなくちゃったI forgot. I love when said straight up says Destin Unmei has dual fetish. What? I love it when JP says the word in with an R but uses L since it's interchangeable to them. That is true. That is true. Okay, so we're just supposed to 操船場後の特訓場へ行こう。We're supposed to go to our practice area. ここだ。ここに行きましょう。もう。
南雲原の監督は 運命以外に考えられないと思うんだけどな。
Oh, they're talking about how their school only feels like Unmei is the only coach for them. 確かに、運命くんだったら、監督としてはめっちゃ上手。なんかセンスあるし、まあ、選手だったからいいかな。I feel like, yeah, I agree with the statement that Unmei is probably the only coach for Nagumohara, like, middle school, just because he's really, really good at, like, analyzing everything. According to his friends, he's able to see like a bird eye view of the entire thing that's happening in the field. And because he was a former player and he basically like researched about soccer when he couldn't like play soccer, he is really a good coach.
でも普通は中学サッカーの監督は大人が務めなきゃいけないんだと思う。
But he's saying, but usually, でも普通は basically saying, but usually, 中学サッカーの監督は大人が務めなきゃいけないんだと思う。Basically saying like, wait, at Wednesday afternoon you can unlock a funny looking guy. Who's the funny looking guy? Basically saying, but usually for soccer, like middle school soccer teams, you would require an adult to like be the supervisor, you know, like the coach, which makes sense as well because you're not supposed to leave it to a kid, you know, right? Why would a kid be one? That's true. He's just built different.
確かに現状は霞崎先生がやっていることになってるもんな。
確かに現状は霞崎先生がやっていることになってるもんな。Yeah, basically it's just kind of like what our teacher's doing for us, the supervisor, but like we're still the ones who's like being the coach behind the scenes. But like formally we can't do that. But... That's true, but they're like, but we only want Unmei to be our coach. That's true. Can't take Sakura-san with these tight bands. I'll change it back. I forgot to change it. Like a Roberto Tsubasa. What part of this game? This is chapter 6. This is where the schools between Unmei's childhood friend merged with Nagumohara for the nationals, I think. So.
だが学校側は下鶴監督が一流のサッカー監督であることを知っている。
But they're like saying like, oh, but the school knows that Shimozuru Kantoku. His name is a bit hard. Shimozuru Kantoku. Saying Shimozuru coach is actually pretty good. Like he's known to be a really good coach.
霞崎先生や運命に監督を任せるという判断はないと思うぜ。
That's true. So basically, like, I don't think they'll be able to leave our like supervisor with Unmei to be like the main coach. That's why, guys, my brain. And I saw it in the trailer. なんかトレーラー見たんですけど、前の配信でそこでなんか下津先生と運命の組み合わせばいいかな。I feel like if it's like their coach with our 運命, that's the big ass team. That's the big dream team, you know?
なんかいい手はないかな。
I'm so used to the baggy pants in my own story. It hurts to see what's under the baggy pants. Yeah, his thunder thighs are not so thunder thighs, which is kind of wild. I think we'll give him back his thunder thighs.
下鶴監督か僕か。
I feel like both of you should do it. Just do both. 二人だったら大丈夫。Wait, actually, guys, are you allowed to have two coaches? There is a thing called like a coach and sub-coach, right? Am I crazy? 普段のなんかサッカーチームで coach and assistant coach. Yeah, just do that then. My brain's smart. My brain's smart, guys. 監督とアシスタント監督。
南雲原のセカンドユニフォーム。
おお。
もう南雲原気取りかよ。
You can have a body coach. And then a soccer. Oh wait, body coach? What does a wait? I've never heard of the term of body coach.
抜かせ。公式試合では俺たちが勝ったんだ。強いやつがより良い環境でやるのが当然だろうがよ。
Damn, tension.
本当にチームとしてすごかったのか、戦略を立てた監督がすごかったのか。
Damn, they are picking a fight. They're like, are you sure your team is the strong one, or is your coach the strong one? Dun, dun, dun. 本当にチームとしてすごかったのか。It was like, is it really your team, or is it because your coach is bigger? Oh my god! Like train your body to suit your playstyle in football outside of practice. Ah. Assistant coach is usually the one who follows the main coach, kind of just someone who helps run stuff rather than actually another coach. Oh, so it makes more sense to have like a body coach and a main coach, huh? Like match coach and main coach.
何？
I mean, they did lose when they didn't have
よりよく
Unmei.
立ち回れるのはどっちでしょうかね。
Oh my god. Oh, interesting. They're like, 同じ監督の指示を受けてよりよく同じ監督の指示を受けてよりよく立ち回るのはどっちでしょうかね。Basically, like if they took the same instructions from the same coach, will they see a gap in skill?
空宮君。
ではここで提案です。
Oh, he has a
どう
proposal.
でしょうか。サッカー部全員の個人技選手権をやるというのは。
Oh, wait. どうでしょうか。サッカー部全員 Okay, all of the soccer members 個人技選手権 Okay.
はあ？
It's kind of like
個人技選手権？
個人技選手権個人 is basically self. Choose. Type? What? Hold on. 個人 Let me check the word 個人技選手権 Individual technique something something? How does that... hello coach.
面白いんじゃないかな。
島鶴新た Ah, about choosing teams? Maybe. It just says about like 個人技選手
あ、監督
監督
でしょ。それが一番公平ですよね。
公平一番公平 Fairness.
北洋のメンバーは特段個人技で勝負するタイプではない。
Oh.
南雲原と競い合っても特別に有利というわけでもないだろう。
Okay. Hold on. I'm getting context. Basically, at Hokuyo Middle School, they don't really focus on making sure they have their own skills or kind of like how do you say their own like hisatsu skills to win a fight on their own. And Nagumahara isn't exactly like how do you say it? Isn't exactly that type as well. Yeah, special techniques. So it's kind of like let's fight with special techniques since both of our schools are not that kind of thing, just to figure out who should be in the main team kind of
公平
thing.
な勝負に思えるがどうかな。
So it should be a fair fight because it's basically testing your own skill sets with everyone
どうす
around.
る梅？
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
わかりました。やりましょう。
Oh,
ただし、
he said it's
一つ
okay.
条件があります。
But there is a requirement. Joken. Joken!
同時に監督勝負もしませんか？
Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, 同時に監督勝負もしませんか? He's like, do you want to fight out as coaches as well? Gasp! The drama!
ほう、面
The
白い。
drama!
その監督勝負とやらは一体何をかけての勝負になるのかな。
Oh, okay. He's like, interesting. 面白い。その監督勝負とやらは一体何をかけての勝負になるのか? He's like, okay, we can have that interesting coach versus coach fight. But what are we betting, you know? あ、カッピーさんいらっしゃい。配信待ってた？ありがとうね。先週はちょっとなんか熱じゃなくても頭が痛かったから配信しなかったけど、今日はと今週はたくさん配信やろうと思う。来てくれてありがとう。
実質的なチーム指揮権です。たとえ下鶴監督が監督であったとしてもチームへの指示は任せていただきます。
Oh, okay. They're basically saying, basically, yeah, I think he's saying like, oh, you get to be like the main coach. たとえ下鶴監督が監督であったとしてもチームへの指示は任せていただきましょう。Oh, yeah, so if he becomes like the 実質的 which is like 実質的 yeah, it's kind of like the team will follow your command.
下鶴監督が優秀だと思う選手でチームを作ってください。
お、wait、 下鶴監督が優秀だと思う選手でチームを作ってください。おお、なるほど。He's basically saying like, oh, you should make your own team that you think is good. なんか自分の選手チームでか。え？
僕は下鶴監督が選ばなかった選手を使って下鶴監督に試合を挑みます。
Hold! Pause! Okay, he's basically saying, pick your team. The ones that you want on your team. And he's like, huh? I'll use whoever is left and fight against you. Hey! かっけー！なんか他のメンバーが選ばなかったなんか選手は運命チームになるんだけど、へー、あれかっけーじゃん。かっけーじゃん。めっちゃ He has like a how do you say handicap from the beginning. Aura farming it really does.
考えたな。
わ
え、どういうこと？
ーわー。
下鶴監督は試合をするとなれば勝手知ったる北洋メンバーを自チームに入れてチームを構成するだろう。
おー。
つまり実質北洋11対南雲原11の戦いになる。
あー。
一度勝利をしているチーム構成での戦いなら有利というわけですね。
うんうんうん。
そううまくいくかしら。
おー。おー。I have to learn. Oh, good. Good luck with work.
いや、来てくれたんだね。
え、これでいつ？ Wait, what is this? え、これいつ？ What is this, guys?
こんなところにこんな時間に呼び出して何を企んでいるんですか？
Oh, he's basically asking why did you call me out at such a late hour?
企んでいるとは人聞きが悪い。君の意見を聞きたいんだ。
It's like, hey, don't say that I'm sneaking around at this hour. It makes me look like a bad person in front of people. He just said, I just want to ask for your opinion. At night? 先生、それは違反でしょ。学生は夜に言うな。Why are you calling him at night? Kid. It is of utmost importance. I shut the fuck up.
我らが北洋南雲原混成チームは次の対戦相手難攻不落の東風異国間に勝てると思うかい？
おー、OK。ズバリ君は我らが北洋南雲原混成チームは次の対戦相手炭鉱フラッグの東風異国間に勝てると思うかい？ Basically saying, so with our combined schools and our next enemy being basically this longest is 南高フラッグの東風異国間 Do you think we can win against them? Dun, dun. Oh, so he's asking a very serious question. Do you think we can win against them?
お、大人の客なんて珍しいね。最近じゃガキのたまり場になってるからね。
Oh my god, it's her. It's like, oh, that's rare for us to get an older, basically an adult customer. It's been brats all along.
すいません。ちょっとした会議に使わせていただきます。
It's like, sorry, we're using this place as a meeting
そ
point.
うかい。会議の前に注文が欲しいっちゅうもんだよ。なんてね。
How do you laugh like that? なんかそういう笑い方は難しいです。えへへ、えへへへへ。How do you laugh like that? えへへへ。I can't. It's so weird to laugh like that. It's like wait, it's so okay, guys. Okay, real talk. Like, how the hell do you laugh like that? Because I feel like if I laugh, I have to have my laughter all the way from my tummy. Like, I feel like I can't do a half laugh. なんか自分が笑うときは、なんかなんかお腹からの笑いがなんか感じるんだけど、こういうなんか笑い方は多分喉ぐらいかな。I don't know, man. Oh yeah, basically, please order before your meeting. Thank you. 会議の前、注文してほしいな。それで、OK。下鶴監督、本題は What is the main question? No! 会議の内容がなんか知りたかったんだけど、こういう設定で、please, but I wanted to know the meeting, what did you say?
北洋との合併で実質的にサッカー部の人数が増える。
知りたかった。
少し整理しておいた方が良さそうだな。
知りたかった。I wanted to know. 北洋との合併で実質的にサッカー部の人数が増える。部日は少し整理しておいた方が良さそう。Okay, he wants to fix the club room. Okay, hold on. I wanted to know, be patient. Okay, he's back. だって知りたかったもん。I wanted to know. Okay, let's fix the club room then. No, I have to wait. Oh my god, that's a lot of emotes. Cute. Wait, hold on. ちょっと待って、みんなちょっと聞きたいんだけど。You know how like this is still our club room? This is still our club room? Aw man, this is still our club room, you know. Sakamu. Should I know? Don't worry. Will we get a big one? I mean, it's cozy, true, but I feel like we need to wash the outside. Oh. What the fuck?
Soramiya君。
Wow, you know, this used to be a storage room. なんかこれってちょっと中が別すぎじゃん。ちょっとびっくり。は。は。Is Morse code allowed? No. English, Japanese only. Ideally, English, Japanese only. Indonesian if I bring it up. Wow, guys, is this how big our place was supposed to be? こういうロッカーもあるし、明るい。
あ、これ？ちょっとむさかったので片付けといたよ。やっぱサッカー部はさ、スタイリッシュじゃないとね。
ちょっとむさかったので片付け。Oh, they cleaned it up for us.
勝手なことしやがって。 前の方が落ち着いたぜ。
Sakurai is like, how dare you? How dare you fix our club room? I prefer the previous room because it felt comfortable.
気に障ったならごめん。こちらもお世話になる代わりに何かをしてあげたくて。
Oh my god. And then Miss is like, oh, I'm sorry that we cleaned it up without asking. I mean, we are in your capable hands anyway since we're invading your school. And we just wanted to do something for you guys. How dare you? I only got used to the spider recording it, Willie! ありがとうございます。これからよろしくお願いします。Would maybe like, thank you for
個人
cleaning.
技選手権と監督対決。楽しみだな。
And he's like, I'm very excited about the personal matches and stuff.
まるで自分たちが圧倒的に有利かのような口ぶりだな。
God, they're so fighting! They're like, you talk as if you've already won. You talk as if you've already won. 現にそうじゃないか. Oh my god! What the fuck? That's so fucked up. It's like, doesn't it seem like we're gonna win? How dare you! I've been fighting with this team together! 現にそうじゃない言うわけじゃないよ。僕たちが勝つ。僕たちが勝つ。勝つぞ。
部内のことも大事ですが、我々は同時に次なる敵、東風異国間を意識した対策を考えねばなりません。
Bars. Oh yeah, wait, I'll try hydrate again. 部内のことも大事ですが、He's like, oh, it's good to take care of like the things inside our club, but also we should probably be like in unison because our enemy is the same. It's like we need to figure out a way to fight them.
おお、さすが運命。
Australian man says hello. Yeah, let's not use Morse code. I don't understand it, and not a lot of people understand it. So please do follow according to the rules. Either speak in English or Japanese or Indonesian if I bring it up. Morse code は読めないから、日本語か英語でしか読めません。I will only read those. So next time, if there is someone who posts in Russian, I will not read it. And I'll be like, if you did not read the rules, then sucks on you. I can't read Russian. Not that I don't want to learn it. Not that I don't want to learn Russian or like different languages, but I can't understand it. Can you even read Russian? Absolutely not. But I've had some Russian people like write in Russian, and I'm like, do I look like a person that can speak Russian? Do you think I can read Russian? Do you think with this accent I can read Russian? No! Sure, I can write in Russian. Don't write in Russian. How dare you? My god, imagine if I can speak in Russian. Like, wait, hold on. There was one phrase in school. There was one phrase in school that I think the guy classmates told me, but I don't know if it's a bad word. The word Russian isn't bad. Okay, Yagu senpai ga Yagu buto no ishitsu o sakabu ni kashite kureru koto ni natta n da. Okay. I think what's the word? I forgot if it is Russian. I speak Russian. I can translate. Apparently back in high school, no, middle school or high school, I did have a Russian classmate and he spams the word, was it sukabliad? Is that Russian? I actually don't remember. It's just that a lot of the guys in my school says a lot of shit. Don't say, what does it mean? I don't know. The guys in my school are fucked, okay? I don't know what it means. That's why I'm asking. I don't know if it's a bad word or not. I don't know what it means. What does it mean? You watch your mouth? What does
次の対戦相手東風異国間の映像だ。
Guys, what does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? 意味わからんけど but like, can you imagine? I learned that word in middle school. I learned that word in middle school and I don't know what it means. I just remember all the boys in my school kept saying that word and I don't know what it means. Right up on the shelf here, you watch your mouth. Why do you get? Can no one tell me what it means? Like, how bad is it? Is there like an equivalent word that's? I will get banned. Well, no, you won't get banned for translating, but try to explain it in the most PG-18 way and not PG-21. Oh. You know, it's not even me. It's not even me. You know what Twitch did? They automated. Yeah, thank you. I did not know. Oh my god, I didn't know. A lot of people know that we're from CS lobbies. Oh, I never played CS, but I think the guys in my school back then did. I will deny that message just to be safe. Let's keep it safe here. Thank you for translating. To keep stream safe, it's like saying but like 300%. Oh, I was scared it was the S slur. There is, okay, I'm glad I only know that one word. I think. I don't know why I still remember it until this day. Anyways, guys, no, you don't hear anything. We do not speak of this out. I'm gonna get cancelled. Of course they love you. That's a Tsuka. Oh yeah! Suka means like in Indo. It's catchy, not gonna lie. That's the dangers of words and stuff, to be honest. Wait. 以上が霞崎先生が手に入れてくれた次の対戦相手、豆腐異国間の映像だ。Oh, okay. Every problem you have as a Russian, you say that. Oh, but I should never say it, right?
ほぼ全員が外国人だと。とんでもねえ相手だ。
I should never say that to a person, right? Guys, I don't think I know anyone near me that's like a close friend that's Russian, so I should be fine. I should never say that ever again. Do not angay. How you guys all know? It's like Haya. Ah. Wait. Oh yeah, apparently the school that we're fighting next is all foreigners. とんでもねえ相手だな。どこからどう見ても勝てる気がしねえ。He's like, damn, even if we look at it, like fighting foreigners, you might lose.
この人たちって日本の大会とかに出てもいいの？
Oh my god, it's Japanese! Don't say the word to foreigners. Okay, guys, hold on. Real talk. Okay, you guys know the news about like the anti-foreigner thingy in Japan, right? なんか最近は、日本だったらなんか外国人反対なんとかなんとかがあるんでしょ。でもなんかいないれにちょっとあったね。なんかこの人たちって日本の大会とかに出てもいいのか which is a good question actually. It's like, is it okay to have foreigners represent you in a like in your own country, you know, kind of thing, which is true. It's a little bit hard though. Like, what if they're foreigners that were born in Japan? Do they count as Japanese or not, you know? なんか難しいね。国籍などの話。理解わかるんだけど、it makes sense though, because like, for example, if you fought like a Japanese school, but most of their bloodline is like, say maybe from like the US, for example, like the US, like genetically, you guys are like super like large, tall, like bigger builds, and Japanese people don't have that much of a bigger build. So like, if we were fighting internationally, I'd understand, but like if it's inside Japan itself, would it be fair or not? It's a very hard like debate,
日
right?
本の学校に入った留学生は在籍中、日本の公式スポーツ大会には出場できるんですよ。
Oh, okay. According to the law inside Inazuma 11 is that if you are a foreign student and you are living in Japan, you are allowed to appear in sports events because you are a student there. I believe Japan has reasoning. The main issue is foreigners that refuse to accept the Japanese culture. That's true. I feel like a lot of the foreigners that are getting like highlighted in Japan right now that are like really bad are the ones who really don't want to like understand Japanese culture. なんか最近の外国人がなんかいろんな問題が作るやつはだいたい日本のなんか文化となんかルールを守らない人ばっかりからそれがちょっとムカつく。で、なんか最近の動画が見た。I saw a video lately, guys, of like a person who's like, yeah, just go to Japan. All the women will love you there. But he looks like a fucking rat. He looks like a fucking like mob rat. That looks so bad. Like literally, his hair was balding. He had like a really weird ass beard. He has like a really like, weird ass beard. He's like, oh, I didn't get no bitches in Japan. レイちゃん詳しい。そう。なんか日本のことがちょっと詳しいんですけど、最近なんかめっちゃおもろ動画が見てて、なんか、海外な人が、なんだか他の人に、ね、なんか聞いてもらって、あ、日本に行ったら、めっちゃ、なんか、女が、外国人が大好きだからそこに行ったら彼女ができるぞという嘘が出てらしいんで、その人は日本に行ってその後は文句を言った。私はガールフレンドはない。日本に行ったんだけどガールフレンドはないけど顔、服装、髪型めっちゃなんかネズミみたい。なんかめっちゃなんか女性的でもその顔となんか最初の印象はめっちゃなんかネズミっぽい。なんかうさんくさいでネズミっぽくな顔で髪型もなんかシャワーしてないやつかなと思うぐらい汚いから、いやどこの国に行っても多分彼女ができないと思った。I really thought when I saw that guy with that really bad ass, like the really like disgusting ass hair with the way he dressed, it felt like he never showered. And I'm like, bro, even if you go to any other country, I don't think you're gonna get any girls, man. You look rancid as hell. めっちゃいやブスわけじゃないんだけど、なんか自分の服装などはちょっと汚いかなと思う。Are we talking about Asmongold? No, we're not. It was someone else. Asmongold, he doesn't fight women. So this is how you look at me. I might get cancelled by the person, you know. I mean, isn't Ichinose foreigner? Yeah, that's true. Ichinose, I think, is like half foreigner. He's like half Japanese, half American, I think. It's so true. Though the kinds of guys often have zero self-awareness. Wait, I need to find a video. I really need to find a video. Where was it? I'll find a video for you guys. 動画のリンクが思い出したら後で送るわ。めっちゃおもろ。でもね、なんか自分は外国人としてちょっと悲しいな。日本が大好きで文化もめっちゃ大好きだから、なんか他の外国人がこういうなんか問題をどんどんなんか繰り返しなんかやるなら、自分と他のなんか問題を起こせずのみんなが なんか迷惑になるんだから、それがめっちゃどうすればいいのかまだわかんない。なんか外国人としてはどんな選択をするのかまだわかんない。でもまあふざけないで、なんかね、外国人がそういう問題をするのはね、yeah, I really don't like it. Like I don't know what to do as a foreigner right now, other than like if I go there, if I go there, I respect everything, but I don't know what to do with the people who are not respecting things, you know?
個人技選手権をやる理由も、フィジカルや個人技で当たり負けしないために強化するためのものってことか。
So basically they're checking with like the personal stuff as well in the game, just so to see like if there are like physical matchups that you can do. Foreigners will be foreigners, that's true. With me.
さ、これからちょっと付き合ってほしいところがあるんだけど、いいかな？
Just focus on yourself. Others should also care about their own butts. That's true, but it's kind of sad when like you do good things and then it gets undermined by people doing stupid shit, you know? It always gets me, you know? Ooh, he has something he wants to say. What does he want to say? なんか言いたいことあるんだけど、
ねえ、梅。うどん食いに行かない？
we're going to eat うどん、なんかうどんに行く。食いに行く。うどん？ It happens everywhere. Thinking about the JP kids who got caught stealing in Bali the other day. はぁ？あったの？なんか JP の韓国人バリに盗む？That happened. There are foreigners with respect and those without shouldn't group everyone together because of bad actors. That's true.
あいつら何を話してるんだ？
It's a little bit difficult though. I saw a video. But they don't mean to undermine you. It's kind of like teacher talking about bad students, but it doesn't mean all bad students don't care about studying. That's
これ
true.
まずくないですか？なんかストーカー行為ですよね。
Again, they said the word stalker again.
お前が言うか。
Isn't this bad? We're watching them and following them as if we're stalkers.
これほっとけねえだろ。運命が北洋サイドに丸め込まれようとしてるんだぞ。
Oh wow.
ただ昔の知り合いってだけでしょ。
いや、絶対になんかある。怪しいぜ。
そうですか？
Oh, they don't want Unmei to be like one-sided.
空宮君が付き合ってほしいというのはうどん屋か。この辺じゃちゃんぽんの方がおすすめだけど。
Japan in general is not in a very good state since COVID. That's true. Also, apparently, like we're gonna go eat udon. But apparently, Unmei's just like, he wants me to go out and eat udon. It's nicer to have champon though, and I agree. Champon がいい。なんかうどんよりちゃんぽんがめっちゃ好き。自分だったらね。自分だったらはちゃんぽんがマジで好き。
うどん食べていきます？それともサッカーバトルにします？
おー。またうどんか。
来たね。まずは私のうどんを平らげてからだよ。遠慮なく食っていきな。麺が伸びる前に早く。
Oh no, that's Okay, I don't understand that at all.
いい食べっぷりだったね。
Okay, I don't understand that at all, Navy. I don't know. I don't know if that actually happened. Now, do you have like a report of that? Like, do you have like an article about that? Because I don't think that happened around me when I was in Japan, because I was there during COVID. 今日もいい食べっぷりじゃないか。
はい、ありがとうございます。
ところで、サッカーバト
Surge
ルの
started
方
to
はいいの
grow.
かい？
No, it's more like the red light district statement. Like, I've never heard of that statement made at all. So I don't know where this information is coming from. Happy Monday, happy Monday. I don't know where that information is coming from. I do know that like a lot of people did get stressed during COVID for sure, because sometimes you're stuck at home with someone you don't like. But the whole like red light district thing, I've never seen a news report of that when I was in Japan. So unless you do have a site, it's the profession that is a bad word. Again, I don't think I've heard of any of these news, so I'm gonna take it at face value that unless you do have a source, like even a link of like it actually is being said, like a Japanese article, I don't know where you're citing this from, so I can't really trust what you say, because I was there during the moment, you know? And yeah, you know, like, it's kind of like you can't provide like facts. You can't provide facts without like the source. Like if you actually said like, oh yeah, there was an article back in blah 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 by blah 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 that said like there was a surge of blah 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 that went blah 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 to blah blah blah, you know, kind of thing. That would be nicer to like, oh okay. But putting it as like a factual thing without like a source makes me go like, I don't know if that's true or not, because I was there. コロナの時は日本に行ったからそういう情報はないんだ。いや、ところでサッカーバトルの方はいいのかい？
はい、いつも特訓をさせてもらっていますので。
あんたの頼みなら何でもござれよ。なんで運命とおばちゃんそんなに仲良しになってんの？
Why are we friendly?
それがね。おお、そんなことが。
Oh, he's crying again. I have my source, but I don't want to make the stream about this again. Yeah, maybe like not go too far next time. Yeah, with like facts for sure.
俺さ、運命がサッカーに戻ってきて嬉しいんだ。
Have you ever ate something then cried? Ate something. Have I ate something and cried? I don't remember. I don't know if I have.
ごめん。前に散々励まそうとしてくれていたのに無視してた。
Oh, he's like sorry that I ignored you back then.
いや、今思えば俺に励まされることが辛かったんだよな。わかるよ。
You cried because of cheesecake once? Aww. I don't know if I've ever cried. The
でも
healing.
今は違う。運命のこと周りがみんな信じてるみたいで、なんかすごいよな。
まだまだこれからだよ。サッカー部はまだ始まったばかり。
いや、サッカー部がまだ始まり。
でもみんなといると自分がサッカーをやってた時みたいにワクワクできるんだ。
みんなとやるサッカーか。でも運命がやっているサッカーこそが今のサッカーに本当に求められているものかもしれないな。
え、どういうこと？
スポーツはどこまで行っても個人の力を磨くことが全てだ。チーム力だ、結束力だと綺麗事を言っても誰もが人を出し抜くために練習をしている。
そうだね。
でも運命は違う。運命が目指すのは人を出し抜くことじゃない。仲間のことを 自分のことのように考えてあげられる。
Oh, wait, hold on. でも運命は違う。運命が目指すのは人を出し抜くことじゃない。Okay, so basically it's like he's saying that for you, Unmei, it's not like you want to like beat everyone. I feel like it's kind of like, you know, one up people. It's like 仲間のことを自分のことのように考えてあげられる。It's kind of like he wants to share how he feels about soccer with his friends, I feel. Is that how it is? It says 自分のことのように考えてあげられる。
俺、この前、ナグモハラに負けた時思ったんだ。
He has a very selfless soccer rather than selfish.
ナグモハラは
Yeah.
一つだった。一つの巨大な生き物のように見えた。
Wow, nice art! Wait, why is he... Pause. ちょっと待って。この映画すごいんだけど、なんでゴールキーパーがなんで視線の先輩は浴衣を浴衣つけてるけどみんなはサッカーバディーズ
サッカーをやる怪物みたいな感じだった。
He's just cold like that.
そんなんじゃない。まだまだ未完成のチームだよ。
He's saying like, we're not a ready team, but he did say like, oh, Monster Endo Haru. Oh.
さすがに運命も知ってるんだな。遠藤春。あいつは次元の違う化け物だ。あいつの前ではどんなプレーも霞んでしまう。
遠藤春はすごい。
勝ちてえな。
Aw, he's like, I wanna win, huh? I wanna win against him. 勝ちてえな。Damn, they're really stalking.
聞こえねえ。何話してるんだ？
Oh my god, stopping a stalker.
うどん食いながら雑談しているだけっしょ。
ねえ、that's so funny.
俺、勝ちたいんだ。
Oh, he wants to win against Endo Haru so badly.
勝ちたい。
Ooh.
あいつの前では俺の足はすくんだ。獰猛な野獣に睨まれたような感覚だった。でもありえないくらいに興奮したんだ。これが今まで自分がやってきたサッカーかって思ったくらいだ。
Sorry, your stalker calling Sakurazaki a stalker is so funny. I know, right? And according to Sarami, he's like, you know, when I faced Endo Haru, it felt like I was powerless. Like, literally, my feet were shaking and all. But he's like, at the same time, it's kind of like, oh my god, the suspense, the excitement of like, oh my god, there's someone that I could probably fight, like, in this kind of way. Like, there's someone so good that I feel like I want to fight them. Like, which is wild. That's masochistic right there. He's my friend.
俺、お前となら遠藤春を倒せるかもしれないって思ってる。
Oh, and he's like, damn, if I'm playing with you, then maybe we could beat him together.
空宮君。
And it's like, oh.
あ、それ。
あ、それ、what? え？
俺のことせいでいいよ。俺も運命って呼んでるし、せいって呼んでよ。
That's not masochistic, it's sportsmanship. But also masochistic of like, damn, I want to fight someone stronger than me, even if my feet are trembling. Oh, and also like, hey, stop calling me Soramiya. Call me Sei. I call you Unmi anyways. Please call me Sei.
わかった。せい。
Yeah, Sei.
Oh.
No. I mean, do you want to beat up kids instead of who are weaker? Well. Oh.
じゃあごちそうさまでした。
Thank you for the food.
ああ、また来とくれ。
Racist sadist? No, no, no. I'm a masochist.
じゃあまた明日。せい。
Aww.
運命。
Oh no, they're gonna be like, oh my god, they came out saying different names.
Say. 言った。
Oh, they're jealous.
名前呼び。
It's like, did I just hear them call him Say? Oh no, they're contemplating.
名前で呼ばれたことあるか？
Oh shit.
ないです。
Oh shit.
うどん屋で何が起こった？くそ、空見や。
ほら、あんたたち。さっきから覗いてたね。
Busted. Busted.
そこで覗いていたからには。当然食べていくんだよね。
If you've been sneaking around this entire time, of course you're coming to eat it, right? And well, you have to eat. They're so jealous. Ooh, choo, choo. They're so jealous. Wait till the fan fiction goes on where Unmei and Endo Haru hangs out. I can see the future. They're probably gonna hang out and just gonna be like, oh my god, you're my first friend ever. I've never had anyone understand me this way. And Haru's just like, why don't you go to Raimon, Unmei? Because I feel like you're that one friend that I could like be so strong in Raimon. You should come to Raimon. I'm calling it. Everyone loves Unmei. 運命大好き。みんな運命が大好き。
でもみんなも個人技選手権でいい成績を収めないと。
余裕。
That wouldn't work. Rivals need to be on opposite sides. That's true. But remember, Haru Endo does not want rivals or someone strong. He just wants a friend. Oh.
これより監督対決並びに個人技選手権を行う。試合の準備が整ったら声をかけてくれ。慌てなくていい。
Yeah, basically, if you're done prepping, please say something to me and we'll get started. Okay.
いよいよだな。試合前の調整を済ませておくか。
ちょっとお手洗いに行きたいんだ。ちょっと待ってね。お手洗い。バイバイ。Okay, I'm back. S-Link? Social Link? I think that's Social Link. Also, hold on. Water. Welcome back. Yeah. Water, and I have the milk tablet candy I got from Akane. I like it a lot. Okay. Alright, guys. Wait. Oh, we can train 3 times? Wait, we can train 3 times, guys. We have like a food buff. Should we train for a bit? Should I train a bit then? Oh, okay. I want a YOLO!
監督対決と個人技選手権の準備はできたか？
YOLO!
これよりサッカー部個人技選手権および笹波運命くんと下鶴監督の監督対決を行います。個人技選手権のルールは試合の中で有効なパス、有効なシュート、有効なドリブル、それぞれにポイントがつけられて総合点を競います。フェイントなど含めたサッカーテクニックを存分に披露してください。ただし2人の監督の指示には絶対に従ってください。いいですね。
Follow what the coaches say. Okay.
では下鶴監督からチームメンバーを選んでください。
You know the coach on the right? It's the guy who copied going and just inspired to there. Really? No wonder he looks similar.
では私が指揮する A チームのメンバーを。
No wonder he looks similar.
桜崎ジョージ、篠原ライカ、木曽路平太。
He is him? My god, really? Hold on. That's so wild. He looks so different. He looks so different.
柳生駿鼓動会亀尾、四川道ガリュ。
どういうことだよ。
南雲原メンバーを潰すために自分のチームに入れたということかな。
でもそんなことしたら監督対決で負けちゃうんじゃないの？
これは何か俺たちにもわからない意図があるのかもしれないな。
He's in his 30s, 40s. You're right. They're old.
下鶴監督との計画通り、僕は元北洋からメンバーを選ぼう。
Oh. Okay, they are switching teams. Ooh, fun. Interesting.
よし、これでいこう。
どうなっている？互いに本来敵であるチームのメンバーを選ぶなんて。
They're so confused.
はあ、そういうことか。なるほどね。
空宮、何かに気づいたんなら説明しろ。
俺たちははめられたんですよ。作詞の運命と下鶴監督に。
どういうことだ？
He is from the brainwashing school. Oh. Oh. Finally, context. やっと。ミーティングの内容。ついに I will understand. Thank God. 君の意見を聞きたいんだ。Okay. Okay. Cook.
ズバリ君は我らが北洋南雲原混成チームは次の対戦相手難攻不落の東風異国間に勝てると思うかい？
Who's your favorite team in this current series or like in general? I'm always a Raimon girl.
君はどう思う？私は前の試合で君には相当のサッカー眼があると見ているのだが。
But I really like the current Nagumohara. It's hard. I have favorite people from like most of my favorite people are Raimon, But I have like several characters that I like that are not from Raimon.
では、僕の意見を言います。
Alright, he's cooking, chat. He's cooking. He's about to say it.
今の南雲原と北洋でベストメンバーを構成しても、東風異国間に勝つのは厳しいです。
Okay. He said that even if we take the best members of both our schools, we will still winning is still hard. Oh my god, why can't all games have phonetics written above? There's actually a reason for it, Deuce. So, when a game is more catered towards kids, they make sure that the game is readable for kids. That's why in Inazuma 11, despite it having like more like serious talks, they put the phonetics on top because they want to make sure that the kids who are the major audience to understand. However, for games that are like rated like PG, etc, 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 they're already at an understanding of like, oh, you should be able to understand how to read this because this is supposed to be like stuff that you already know how to read, you know, kind of thing. Majority of the characters join Raimon for sometimes. That's true. In general, I'm not gonna lie, Raimon is my fan favorite, but my favorite team is Royal Academy with a little bit of Polestar Academy. Ooh, fascinating. Disco Asylum has a language swap hotkey. Oh, they do have a hotkey for that? That's so good. I do try to like learn Japanese from other games, but not all Japanese like language switch has the phonetics because it's extra work, and usually people already playing that are like adults. That's why they usually think like you could still understand even though you're not reading the entire thing. Something like that.
Oh, 君もそう思うか。私も同意見だ。ならばどうすればいいと思う?
Okay, they both agree that even if they put their best players together, they'll still suck. It'll be hard to win.
今やっとわかりました。下鶴監督の本当の目的が。
Can you guarantee the language is correct if the secondary language for the game, if it is the secondary language for the game, you need both understanding of the two languages to see if it's correct or not. So a little bit hard. If you have no context of like if it's right or wrong, it's a little bit hard to figure out.
そうか。ならば話は早い。
Oh, what do you want from us?
下鶴監督は僕らを知り尽くしています。徹底的に弱点をついてくるでしょう。
You're drained from speedrunning to go. Damn, take a chill pill.
でも運命ならうちらをうまく使って前線してくれるはず。
お前のささなみ運命の評価は甘すぎる
な。運命が相手じゃこっちの手の内は読まれている。中央から春雷を狙う作戦は通用しね
え。じゃあどうすんの？
でもうちらが妙に頑張っちゃったら監督対決で運命が負けることになるんじゃないの？
Oh, they're conflicted.
もし手を抜こうもんなら個人技の得点が低くついちまう。運命が勝ったとしてもあの監督2人がそんなやつを選ぶと思うか？
どの道全力でやるしかないってことか。
でも笹波くんにはこちらの手の内が分かっていますから、これまでの作戦が全部通用しませんよね。
ああ、つまり運命の知らない新しい作戦を考えるしかないってことだ。
おー。
あとは下鶴監督が俺たちにどんな指示を出してくるか。
おー。
それでは試合開始。両者監督の指示には絶対に従うように。
Oh boy, boy, boy. Cannot wait how this will go. Oh my god. I'm gonna suck! Guys, please bear with me. I'm gonna suck. 先ほどにお詫びをします。マジで下手くそなプレイをやります。They're level 24! I'm under leveled! Guys, my main team is under leveled. メインチームのナグモハラはのレベルは21だけなんですけど、それって大丈夫ですか？どうしよう。I forgot how to play. Hold on. ちょっとね。ステップ。ロス。Oh shit. Wow! This is hard. Wow! Hayai! How to do? Oh. Oh. Okay, okay.
下鶴監督の攻撃プラン通りにやってはいるが、
いつもと違ってて
なん
かやりづらい。運命は確かに有能な司令官だとは思うけど、
俺たちが気持ちいいところに手が届いていない。
うわー。
違うけどなんとかやるしかない。
おー。わー。Wow. Your team looks kind of strong when you don't lead it? Yes, because I suck. 自分がマジで下手くそだから。
いいぞ、行け。
Okay, a little bit more. あともう少し。はい。It just means you trained him better. I did! Yay! First score! Yippee! Wait, I shouldn't say that to my own team. No! I shouldn't do that! No! ごめんね、うちのチーム。イエーイ！あ、シップ！これができる！あはは！わー！
行け。
おお。わあ！ Oh my god, he's so cool! 姿勢で先輩！姿勢で先輩かっこいい！ラスト！ No! バトラ君！おお、足速い。
ちょっと思ったんだね。こちらもあちらさんも混乱している感じだがよ。
おー。
だけどよ、いつもよりなんか楽しくねえか。
He's having fun.
今までやったことがないことを試して失敗もあるが、成功させた時のアドレナリンが半端ない。
今俺たちがやっているサッカーが南雲原のサッカーなんでしょうか。
Oh, are they trying like Nagumohara soccer?
北洋学園がやっている守りなんですかね。
Oh.
すべてのコースを補い合う戦術。
おー。
硬すぎる作戦に思えるが、いつもとは違うやり方で新鮮だな。
Advantage win is actually making life so much easier.
やっと読めたぜ。この試合は
Hard worker will never beat someone who's having fun. That's true.
相互理解を深めるための茶番だ。何？
自分たちがやっている戦術を敵側から見ることにより改良点が見えてくる。おそらく向こうも同じになっているはず。
おー。
なるほど。運命と下鶴監督がやろうとしているのは。
Of course, smiles. All according to Keikaku. What? Listen up. Give me my baller. Yeah. Power charge. Keikaku smile. I like how there's a bunch of cool kicks that could probably destroy the world and they use it for soccer. I know, right? Do you think it's enough? I don't think it's enough. I should have combined it, but it's okay. Let's try. Ha 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 ha. Tarinai tomo. Oh, wait, it's enough. Oh! No, it's not enough. A little bit more. あともう少し。前半終了 Okay, first half is done. I could have made it into 2 goals. Alright. Alright. そういうことか。Okay. 頑張りましょう。キックオフ。
いいぞ。行け。上がろう。任せてよ。さあ。どいてほしいな。強めの行くよ。
No! Oh my god! He has dimension cut! What? Yo! ないね。
頼んだよ。
I can't. I can't do that. Okay, fine. I'm sad. I can't do that. Oh, he's using it. I'm sorry. You were really cool, but I have to shoot it. ごめんね。かっこいいんだけど。かっこいいんだけど。I love you. I love you so much. I'm so sorry.
勝負するの？ちょっと。
I forgot I was not the one holding the ball. Aha!
お願い。
頼んだよ。頼んだよ。上がろう。任せてよ。
Was it this? Oh, this. Wow, what is this? Oh no! Dark mist yet again! Woo! Haha! Okay. Tactics! Haha! Ah! Did you make your own character? I did! I did! I'm still at chapter 6. 今は第6章。はあはあごめん I love you 視線の先輩好きだけどごめんごめんミッションは勝利 I have to win according to the mission I'm sorry I love you though
勝負するの
She was on Yeah I swear I'm sorry みんな I hope she said the senpai still loves me after this 頑張
任せてよさ
パス よっしゃーやったーOK Zone Pass Pass It's okay 大丈夫いいよ負けたいの人おわーいやーいやーHow does this work? うわパスOK one more あともう少しI still won ごめん視線の先輩ごめん I'm sorry I love you ごめん I'm sorry I'm sorry I'm sorry I won Thank you for the reason Welcome back to the records 相棒帰りなさい相棒ごめん先輩 I'm sorry It's for the plot Ray hat trick いや勝ったda, da, da. So that was a win. We won as Unmei.
やっぱ運命すげえ
Wow, Unmei, cool.
なんだこれまで感じたことがない高ぶりは
Whoa, it's like, what is the sensation?
負けた
けど
すごく成長した気がする
おー成長
なんか楽しかった今までやった中で一番でもなんで
おー
なかなかやるじゃねえか
わーパートナーシップ相棒 I won, but at what cost, yeah. Oh, okay. They were both using each other's tactics so they can fully understand the playstyle of both schools.
互いに初めての戦術で試行錯誤を要求された。自分自身で考えなければ答えを見出せなかった。
自分たちの戦術を客観的に見ることによって弱点も見つけることができた。
うん。パーパーパーパー。
予想できない展開が生み出す面白さ。スポーツは上達すればするほど繰り返しの鍛錬によるルーティンが生まれる。同じことを反復することが練習なのだから。
フィールドの全員が初めての体験をした。だから楽しかったんですね。
Yeah. Basically, they're saying like, you know, it's a kind of a new like experience of like happiness and like, wow, that was fun because like usually when you use the same tactics over and over again, it becomes a routine and you start to like, okay, this is what we usually do and it works. But because they were using each other's tactics, you're like, oh my god, we lost, but that was fun because they tried new things.
みんな聞いてくれ。
うん。
私は監督を辞任し、この学校を去る。この北洋南雲原混成サッカー部の指揮は笹波運命に一任する。
Okay, he's basically saying, I want Unmei to be the coach for Nagawahara.
わかりました。
難攻不落とも言われるフィジカルと個人技に長けた東風異国家。それを倒すにはチームメンバーが理解し合い、完全に一つとなったチームでしか成し得ない。だからこそこの試合で相手のことを学び、自らの弱点を知る。このチームは北洋よりも戦術に長け、南雲原よりも結束が強いチームにならねばならない。
監督。
Aww. They're sad.
お前たち全国に
There's like aim for nationals.
監督、本当に行っちゃうんですか？
It's like, are you really gonna go?
ああ、世話になったな。
Dad's like, yeah. Thank you for taking care of me. No! Just be with us, double coach! Double.
ありがとうございました。
No! He's crying. ありがとうございました。Oh, he's been with them for a while, so it's so sad.
空宮、その涙は遠藤春を倒した時に取っておけ。
Damn, keep those tears until you beat Haru Endo. Holy!
それと笹波運命。
Also you, huh?
チームを頼んだぞ。
Oh, that's so sweet. It's like, I'm leaving my team with you. この友情、この絆。この絆がすごい。責任感。It's so strong. はい。頑張りましょう。I'm not crying, you're crying. Guys, soccer is so good. Soccer is so good. I love soccer. I love this soccer game so much. Power of friendship. Power of friendship.
みんなが練習に集まる前に東風異国間のデータを整理しておきたい。
It's time to collect data, guys. ちょっとセーブしますね。この絆。ロナディーニョ作戦違う。It's different, it's different. ちょっと違うね。A little bit different. I don't know why I still remember the damn thing. We have gacha. Gacha ある。11ぐらい。11個あるよ。デコシール54。デコシール。オンハイ。タラタタラタ。where do we go now? Here. Guy, I don't know. Wait. How much chapters do we have? このゲームってどれくらいの 9? You're telling me I only have 3 more to go? 今はもう第6章ですね。ですぞ。Oh my god, you're right. I have Chronicle mode. Never ending Inazuma 11だ。Never.
そこの投げやすそうな侵入性。文字通り我々に身を任せて
Yeah,
みない
but
か。
they still take a while. I know, but it's kind of like, really? It's only until 9? 悲しい. You know, I've been waiting for like Inazuma for like a while. So the fact that it's only until 9 is a bit sad. More content and preferences artists aren't get added there. Oh. Boom, 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 boom.
はっきり言って汗臭いのシャットアウト。
汗臭いシャットアウト。
青春の汗を否定するとは。
Oh my god, he's basically saying, I'm gonna be real with you guys. Your sweat is the one thing that makes you don't want to join the team. It's like, oh, how could you? How could you? How could you say that about our blood and sweat and tears kind of vibe? That's crazy. Seems like there's been a... Really? 7.6 magnitude? Shit. Wait, in which part of Japan? 自信あるの？カッピーさん大丈夫ですか？なんか自信あるらしいんだけど。Hold on. 自信ある？マジ？ちょっとね。おー。青森か。北海道と青森。北海道と青森は6ぐらいか。いや、6じゃない。OK。青森、東方だったら 7.2。Tsunami warning shit。なんか JP にいる皆さん、自信があるので、大事にしてね。まあ、ちょっと大きいな 7.2 の地震。It's really big。東京だったら多分大丈夫だけど、青森と北海道か。Damn. Having to level up the team at the team status, but as long as you do the side quest to get the equipment, they give it to you. It does up the team stats a bit more, but mostly for the players. Oh. I feel like, you know, Indonesia has a lot of what's it called? We have a lot of volcanoes, but I feel like Japan has more earthquakes than Indonesia. なんかインドネシアだったら、インドネシアだったら、火山が多いんだけど、地震的にはなぜかというと、なんか日本の方が多い。なんか大学の時で日本だったら。なんかいつの間にかまた地震かの設定だけど、インドネシアだったらそういう設定は、ほぼないかな。Yeah, for earthquakes, if I remember correctly, going up one number is basically 10 times the last one. So 7 is like 10 times more than 6. Do you want to get on your own team? Not yet, actually. I feel like I don't have to get into my own team for now, but I think if I go, I want to wait for Ali. Like, I want to play with Ali, so I think by the time I play with Ali, I would like to use my character against Ali, if that makes sense. I don't think I can recruit myself now, right? Someone said it should be in chapter 7. なんか自分をチームに入る条件は第7章にあるんでしょ？いやー、Holy shit! Wait, there's everyone here! Oh my god! みんなここにいる! Everyone's here! Live for another chapter? Okay. いやー、まさか、かす 霞崎先生は連絡先を聞かれるとはね、びっくりした。I heard the call thingy. あの感じじゃ、のぞみは薄そうだな。骨は拾ってあげましょう。OK。二人も閉めた。先生の子は You better make sure you save your XP because once you recruit your character to level 1 I mean I could just like train them all alone, right? Right? What do you mean by save XP? But for what you want to do with Ollie, you both should do a stream playing a bit of Chronicles mode since you would want some other characters than the freebies, right? Huh? Wait, what do you mean by that? I feel like I just want to play a match against Ollie and just talk about it, to be honest. I don't really know much about the game. I feel like I'm just playing story as is. I don't know about the free characters as well. We'll see in the future. I feel like that's a future me problem. I'll get there when I get there. So like I feel like until I kind of like low-key finish the entirety of the game and then play Chronicles, then maybe I'll play with Ollie because I think Ollie is very busy lately. 最近はオリちゃんはめっちゃ忙しいんだから、最近いない例のゲームプレイはないかな。今日もなんかスポンサー配信だった。Unless you finish the story, your story team is separate to your online team. Oh. We'll see how it goes. I don't even know. Story team and online team. Teacher me problem. Ollie busy? Surely you just she's very busy. I'm her PA. I would know. I would know. But you can do campaign where it's a select team. You are speaking very, very moon runes gibberish to me. I feel like I'm at a point of the story where I don't even understand what that is at the moment. I feel like Ollie is basically always busy with something. That is true. It's time to talk with Skizoharu.
フットボールフロンティア初登場ながら
What the hell? それって学校? That's a school? Wait, okay, wait. Do you guys know that that school in like middle of Jakarta? I think it's like a Chinese school that has like a really big ass like main school building. It reminds me of that. I've only seen it once.
予選最強の敵か。外国人留学生が多く、とにかくフィジカルが強い。
フィジカルが強い。
体格において高校級以上の選手が揃っていて、キック力、走力、スタミナ、パワー、テクニック、すべてにおいて南雲原をはるかに凌駕する。
Not just. Wait, is it in middle? Oh no, it's in the pick area, I think. No, not there. Pick, I think. Pantai Indah Kapuk. I think there's like this really big ass Chinese school that looks amazing. I think recently there was like a school tour about it. I saw about it. I'm like, wow, that's massive.
キャプテン山内東洋は日本人だけど。
Oh, キャプテンは日本人。Wait, the captain's Japanese, but everyone else is foreigner? Huh.
東風異国間の明確な欠点をつくしかない。
は
あ、へえ、それは東風異国間には戦術がないんだ。
は？戦術がないん？ What do you mean?
だと？つまりは力任せの脳筋のバカどもってことか？
え？ Wait. So the players, huh? They just have power, but no like strat?
それだったらいいんですけど。
Oh.
逆なんです。
Wait, it's the opposite?
全選手フィジカルもセンスもすごいので適宜の判断が戦術を超える、だから戦術が必要ない。
Oh, because they're all like good physical and what they can have their own sense, but they don't have tactics.
つまり行動が読めず対策が立てにくい。
じゃあ勝つのは難しいんだね。
So it'll be hard for us to figure out what they're doing because there's no tactics.
方法はある。
ほう、聞こうか。
ではこれより東風異国間の攻略法を説明する。まずキーパーマルティノ・レオーネの攻略。
名前はマルティノ・レオネ？
僕の分析ではキーパー技アウターワールドの防御力は我らが信頼のパワーでも崩せない。
We can't beat it with 信頼？
つまり信頼を強化しなければマルティノから得点は奪えない。
Wow。
やる前からわかんのかよ。
そうだよ、やってみなきゃわかんないでしょ。
わかりますよ。映像解析をしてパワーを数値化して分析しました。狂いはほとんどないと思います。
Damn, he's like, they're like, oh, how can you know that we'll not beat it? Like, we should try. It's like, oh, I watched the video, did some calculations, and yeah, we can't beat it.
運命くってなんかハッカーみたい。
次に敵のストライカー甲斐吉崎の攻略。主力のシュート技はチートブラスター。おそらく四川道先輩の氷結の前でも防ぐことはできない。
Damn, we can't even block it with Chisendo senpais?
花から無理と決めつけるのはいただけないな。じゃあそんな勝ち目のない敵とどう戦うっていうんだい？
Yeah, how do we fight if they're all good?
今回の戦いは東風異国間のフィジカル対南雲原のタクティクスです。
So it is tactics battle.
東風異国間を攻略する
I'm sorry they don't like that in middle school, I know, right?
なんだこれは。ハードすぎだ。
Well, they have training to do again.
いつものことでしょ。
いつものこと。
はい、というわけで恒例の練習試合を取り付けておきました。今回は福岡のバッテンヨカト中です。
Oh, we have 練習試合。
数年前にバッテン中とヨカト中の2校が合併して、この名前になったとのことです。
Oh, okay, it's a combined school as well.
個人技選手権とか監督対決とかやったかな？
Have you seen all the seasons of Inazuma 11? I have. Royal Runner is a neat tactic. Do we get it soon? Did know soccer is this intense for middle schoolers, but I do feel like soccer in Japan is really, really like hyped up for sure. なんか日本のサッカーはめっちゃすごい。なんか一回サッカー試合に行ったんですけど、めっちゃなんか真面目？応援台もすげえ。I've went to a soccer match in Japan and they take it very seriously, guys. Oh. 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 Forward. Oh, shit. Forward. Midfielder. Goalkeeper. How do I switch? Huh. I could put here. Oh no, this is a sub, right? This is sub. Oh. That's just sub, right? This is hard. What do I do? Well, You know what? I don't know. What do? Some certain one characters have that yellow arrows. Ah. Knowing is more smart people. Oh, wait. R1? Oh, okay, wait. It's just a team thingy, right? Yeah. It's basically this, right? This thingy. Tactics. There's a lot. Anyways, let's train. Ha! Training しましょう. Let's do the training first. Treat tactics and train for a bit. Oh, it's purchase. Don't I just get it? 広がりよでつって追いかけたたらいそりあだけたれ僕の若私だろう違うな Why do you think I'd mess up? No. I will succeed. Aha! Look at that, guys! New record! I'm smart. ねえかっこいいんでしょ New record. Haha. I have new records. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. I'm so good. This is for keeper, right? So. つながりよ広がりよ
限界の先を見せてください
Okay, I'm gonna suck here. Kita sekumade Ujute okageta Tara izoi arata tare Boku to nakama tachi Inai Nakatara itsu dada ni Tara de tara Oh. I miss. Wait, was that left or top? I can't tell. 同じ覚えててあなたが立ってく絶対につながりよ広がりよ絶対にOh, there it is. Oh, it's It's not just up, down, left, right. What's the band? Oh, it's T-Pistons. It's T-Pistons. It's as always been T-Pistons. Yunagari o hirogari. Okay, I'll change. Utskudak. I know. Gutto kita. For this one, I think it might be helpful. I did. I was looking at the machine, and the thing is, when the machine gets covered by the character, die. And then sometimes instead of them going just like going slowly to the left, slowly to the right, sometimes it goes slowly to the left and then suddenly it's full on to the right. So I don't think we can ever get a perfect thing there. Ooh. He dance. Yippee! He dance. At that point, it's up to you. Yeah, I die. Yay! I wish the other members would dance too. 3, 2, 1. I will never get bored of this, I feel. It's so nice to see. Maybe it's because they also do the expressions. And the camera panning is nice. But I like Unmei breaking it down. He's about to break down soon.
Oh, いい感じだね。
Yeah!
やるじゃない。次はもっとギア上げていくよ。
Unmei. How many animations for this there are? I wonder. Osu. Oh, I've never played Osu, but I play rhythm games. I've never played Osu. I've played Beatmania. I've played Sound Voltex. I've played Maimai. I've played Chuniteam. I've played Ongeki, but I've never played Osu. Is that weird? DJ Max. Oh, I played DJ Max. Technica as well. I don't play DDR because I suck. I played Dance Rush because I like it. I've played Citus, Demo, Tap Tap, but never Osu. Hi, Shanderi. Shanderi? Hold on, I can't. Shandero. Hello! But you'll always suck if you quit early, that's true. Yay! Hi, Viva! Pro Sekai? I actually never played Project Sekai. Have I? I think I... Wait, Project Sekai. Have I played it? I don't know if I have. Have I played it? Rare! Wait, is Project Sekai the one on the computer? The Steam one? If that is it, then yes. I've played... Not Project Sekai. I've played like Hatsune Miku games. The one on the PSP. Before it became known as Project Sekai. Project Diva! Was it Project Diva? Yeah, Project Diva! I played Project Diva but not Project Sekai. PSP girl. Yeah, I played so many games. Oh! Yeah, I remember playing like the DJ Max, DJ Max Ray, was it? No, was it DJ Max Ray? The one in PSP, and then there's the opening. That's one of my favorite songs. Was it like the winner? I forgot. Kawaii. ありがとう。カッピーさんは大丈夫ですか？さっきの地震はカッピーさんのところで大丈夫ですか？ちょっと大きな地震があったんでしょ？ There's a band station. Yeah, I love the band version of it as well. Yeah. I want to cover that, but it's in Korean. I don't know if I can speak in Korean. なんかその曲が韓国語でなんか歌うんですけど、韓国語は難しい。大丈夫です。あ、そっか。よかった。よかった。後で読む。これで後で読もう。What else did I like? Oh, there's also that song. My name is GC and I'm also fresh. I'm gonna let you know it's gonna be alright. I'm gonna let you know. I think there's that song, and then there's also DJ Max. It's like that summer song. なんか多いな。I miss playing PSP games on PSP, man. Emulators on PC or mobile don't hit the same. Yeah, it's really different. 違うね。PSP の昔のことは、違うよね。It's different. But yeah, I wish I can speak better Korean. Is this one next? Oh. Okay, I try. ライメイブルートレイン君とが見らるドゥルルルドゥドゥドゥドゥドゥドゥ走る希望の別だったらと
お招きありがとう。長野原の皆さん。
ただひたすら前に進むゲーム。All-time favorite PSP games? Oh, Persona 3 Portable. Persona 3 Portable. Whoa, her hair! Oh my god! Can I have her? Reload? P3P. I still think P3P is better because I get to date Shinji! Anyways. I do have her. Oh my god, I want her! You? What do you mean you? It's not Persona 3. It's not Persona 3 without dating Shinji. Persona 3のポータブがめっちゃ好きな理由は新垣慎次郎さんの好き愛ができる。
ああ、きっちりいただいていく。
Is that the streamer being a nerd?
お前たちのプライドな。
え？プライド？
あ、ビシャマル。なんで俺の後に決めちゃうかな。すぐ持ってくんだもん。
いや、そんなつもりは。
なんか漫才コンビって
感じ。Who said our streamer isn't a nerd? Exactly.
でも油断は禁物だよ。
油断は禁物。
もともとそれぞれがバッテン中、ヨカト中のエースで、二人の連携プレーは南の疾風と名高い。
The only fun thing with her is that she has a goalkeeping move, a dribble move, and a shoot move. Yet she's a defender. Wow.
南の疾風。
かっこいい。What have I missed from Inazuma 11? Not much. We're still like in the stages of like getting our team together. He's a forward. I really like him. He's really strong. I feel like I want to put Soramiya. Are you a midfielder? Is that okay? Can I do that? Is that bad? Can I do this? Can I brute force? Can I brute? Can I brute force? Wait. Can I brute force this? Have you ever done Japanese or an English version of the song you wanted to cover? I've done those a lot. It's not bad if you press the button on top, you can change the formation. Button on top. Oh! 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 Wow! Formation! すごいですね. Can I? Can I do that? I can do this! Yay! Wait, do we have another? Oh, we don't have another manager. That's how it's meant to be. Oh, really? Okay. I've done Japanese or English covers of song I want, and mostly all the times I sing on YouTube. いつもなんか歌ってみたのカバーをアップロードするときは全部欲しいカバーしたい曲。It's always stuff that I want to sing. ¿Qué pase, Rio? Is it ¿Qué pase? ¿Qué pase? ¿Qué pase? わかんない。Oh, I renewed my contract with the Singles FC for... Hold on. I gotta announce I renewed my contract with Singles FC for 2026. I am something of a legend at that club. But I'm also single. I feel like I've been single for like 2 or 3 years now. Wait, is it 2 years? 2 years. I've been single for 2 years. Anyways. Something got my throat. You have to have Rei Sakurazaki Kami and the blue-haired guy. The blue-haired guy. 2. Kisoya and Yagura all at once. Man. I'll figure it out later. Da-da-da. Uchikudan! No! Uchikudan! Tak 僕らの通じてどうする話言ってあれだけだったらだらだったらだらどうすることだけだから出てたやつは許さない手と幅広らいつも自信をどうとなら噂なら迷うなNo! No! 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 が強い守りたいよ You hit my golf defender! I didn't mean to! 強くなれI didn't mean to! ダラダラダラダダラダダダアシュ Did I aim properly? I don't know if I did. I don't know if I aimed properly. I'm sorry, chat. I will not disrespect. I'll try to not disrespect anymore. I'll try to not disrespect anymore. I'm so sorry, chat. I'll try to not disrespect. Shh. I swear I'm not disrespecting. I swear I'm not trying to disrespect. I swear I'm not trying to disrespect. Okay. Guys, my mom just texted me and she's like, "Are you playing a game right now?" I'm like, yes, something funny happened. I'm sorry. I laughed too loud. I laughed too loud. Okay, guys. Right, why are you trying not to laugh, bro? That's so disrespectful. I didn't know that was allowed. I didn't know. I didn't know. Wait, this guy and this guy needs to be in, right? So that's good. Because I don't usually scream like that. Oh man, I screamed too loud. shit. But I hit it mine. Is it okay? 絶対後悔はしないで、絶対後悔はしないで。Wait, she's shooting. I am! I got it finally! I got it! 約束を守りたい。その方に You hit another dude! It's not intentional. It's not intentional. It's not intentional. Excuse me. Anyways, strike for you. I forgot she's there. Yeah. I'll just aim. Wee. Bit by bit. Mine. This song gives me so much hype. I have tension, I feel. Why bro need that bro? At this point, everything is just magic because they could face tanking your shots, to be honest. Low key, don't you agree? See? What the? Wait. It is just Sakurazaki's thing. It does bounce. Yay! Yamerai! Ha 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 ha. Yamerai zo. Tactic shoe. I want tactic shoe. Aha! Hey! I'll just do this. Hee. Tactics. Super. I will beat you. Rah! No! I lost! What the fuck? What the fuck? Fire? Mine! No! It's a foul! I've been fouling, guys. I fouled. I accidentally fouled. It's all okay though. Beat. Win! Haha! Just do. Okay. Wow, it's so tight. Can I beat it? Yay! Overgrow! Yes, sir! Kicking a ball in her face, trigger velocity to bounce it, no problem. With regular ass tackle, yellow card. I know, right? They gave me a yellow card over a tackle. How dare? Maybe I should tackle from the side then. Maybe I should just tackle from the front then. 絶対後悔はしないって。絶対後悔はしないって。はは。まっすぐにまっすぐに。食を守りたいの方に寄せて て自分を超えるライメイブルートレイン君と神なるワーイヤーレディーストップドビルOkay, I didn't hit the lady this time. I didn't hit the lady this time. 大丈夫だったよ。I didn't hit the lady. Okay. No one saw my crew. Okay. If my mom asks, just join the jujutsu. Okay. I hope my mom doesn't ask me anymore if I'm playing a game right now, because that's probably the first time I've laughed like a monkey. That's the first time I probably laughed like a monkey because I was so in disbelief of what I just did, the criminal offense I did. I need to clip that. I feel like I need to clip that. The criminal offense I did. Great. After Coach Ray Levere commits 509 footballing crimes, she wins the game 6-0. I'm the villain school. I'm the villain school, guys. 私は悪人。
いや、強引な中にも個人技が光るいいチームだと思いました。
おお。Hey, just FYI, when we talk about hitting on people, we don't mean kick a football at them so hard they end up in the hospital. Right? Time to teach you about long shot. If you press R1 while having the ball, you can see your moves. Long shots can be casted from anywhere as long as you have attention. You have 2 players with a long shot on your team. That is a mouthful. I hope I remember how to do that. You know, I'm only starting to remember how to do things, if you can tell by how I'm playing. So the long shot thingy, I'll figure it out. Offside rule. Not really. Whoops, my foot slipped with the ball, not your kneecap. 君たちこそすごいプレーだったよ。こんな試合ができるなんて言ったらいいのか。
荒馬を手なずける高貴な騎手のような美しい戦いぶりだった。
She guys, they called me 美しい戦いぶりだった。Beautiful fighting. They no complaint. I did good. いい戦いでした。ファウルはない。6.0 だった。
持ってくなだったな。あまりにも表現がダメな食レポみたいな感じだったんだ。
何気にいいコンビなのか。
そうですね。いいコンビだと思う。ピリピリピピリピリピリピリピリピリピリ走る希望の夢と込んで。わー I got so many achievements. Hold on, let me see. 走る Offside in this game is broken. Sometimes you can have 3 people in front of you and it's on offside. Sometimes you can be behind the ball and not get the warning. Yeah, so I feel like offside is just whatever happens. Okay, これ433 これ移動これ移動これ移動お前ここOK。OK。練習もしなきゃね。She's actually doing tactics? Tactics! Well, I'm trying at least. Yeah, everyone you broke from the enemy team was a separate achievement. そんなわけないや。Right? Ever heard of park the bus? No. 特訓ショップ This one. はい。And then Wow! That's a lot of Hisatsu tactics. Let's buy everything. Hospitalizing. Don't say that way. What if I was the villain this entire time? What if I was Kageyama's like extension of like I will destroy soccer, but I'm playing soccer. Surely not, right, chat? One punch shoot, power shoot, granda shoot, 百列. Whoa. Whoa. Right after this match, chat, are we in a bad team? Surely not, right, chat? Boosto 15. Oh, team dog. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay, all we have to do is train. Dokun. Achievement unlocked. Make opponent goalkeeper retirement. Okay. I swear. Wait, I feel like I want to keep doing keeper training, but... Hey, what is this? Nagumo shop Anket Pocket. Buzz coming from my mic? Oh, it's the game. Hold on. It's the game usually. Oh. Okay. Is it still my mic or is it the game? Double checking. Is it the game or my mic? Okay, so it is the game. Let me change the thingy. Yeah, sometimes the game does that and I don't know why. Give me a moment, guys. Usually I would change it to this one. Properties. Hold on. Is this better? Is it good? Is there static fixed? Yeah, I don't know why that happens. I can't hear, but it's like an OBS thing. Okay, let me go to the toilet again. Check the toilet. I drank so much water, I need the toilet yet again. Give me a moment. Check the toilet. Okay. I'm back. ただいま戻りました。I'm back. Ooh. Hey, hey. Hi, Hakeru. ダンス部. There's this one. Hello. Hope you're doing good. Hi, back. I'm dead. Yes. Hi, Akane as well. When did Twitch have captions? I think it's a while. I just woke up. I think it's been a while. Wait, I'm still using my 5 team. You know what? It's okay. How far is Rain the story? I'm still in chapter 6, but I think I'm pretty far. Oh no! What? I'm still at 4? Yeah, right now we're just doing training. Tactics! Da, da. 動いたって許さない No いくでも阻むらいつも許さなら迷うな Chainning up people on the field? No, it's a tactic! You don't mind spoiler? Okay. 何もなget on! Saratino! Wow! No! There! Streamer can choose to enable it on their stream. Yeah. The thing is, like, the way I talk, probably they would understand though. Like, sometimes my English is so clear and sometimes my English is so not clear. Sorry, can you repeat that? No, what to the goalie? What's good that? Oh, let's try. Would you rather have Keshin of Ollie or Mixie Max with Ollie? Mixie Max with Ollie. Mixie Max with Ollie for sure. Rafi, cut the ball! Oh wait, I wanna go to ini Fast Travel. Ah! My favorite. Okay, I wanna go here. Aha. Oh, new shoes. New shoes. I buy. I feel like I have so much forwarder. What abilities would I get? That's difficult. What abilities would I get indeed? Oh yeah, wait, let me make my mini team. Uniform. Oh, I can't change it yet. Okay, I can give everyone clothing. Sobi. Wait. Oh. 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 Eggy. Whoa! Wait. Oh. Oh. Whoa! Did she not unlock? Okay. Oh. If you remember even, I only remember to check it. Which is just now. Naruhodo desu ne. Naruhodo. What's this? 24. Oh. If you scroll down, you can add your own moves the characters would learn at a later level. Oh. Not that I understand. Is it this thingy? Oh. Do the abilities not have weird kanji or vocab for you? Oh, it does. That's why I'm just going, oh. My brain's too small to understand. It's okay though. 必殺技は難しいんだから多分読めない。大体読めない。はははははは。はははははは。ははははは。Lawrence, it's hard! 難しいよ。見て見て。Ability. 違う。Cheap. Available. Okay. Literally this one. 敵陣でのチームのフォーカス ATDF プラス 2.2%。何かパッシブ。Something passive. Passive skill. But I don't know what the front kanji is read. 前の漢字は読めない。振り仮名がないからね。まあええや。待って。 これ。そうですね。Okay, okay. ちょっと待って。ちょっとミニット。違う。はできないの。おー、なるほど。まあいいや、まあいいや。あー、なるほど。片付ける。おー。This is still the best one. Block by say. Yeah. I feel like this is the max I can do. It's like 6. Can I get 7? Like if I... I'm trying to figure out how to make it like 7. Cause this is 6. Ba 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 ba. But this one is only that. You can have 14 characters connected but only have one connection? Huh. Fascinating. Okay. Team 防御力. Okay. What does it do? I forgot. I just remember I should do it. I lucky forgot. I just remember I need to do it. Okay, Renshu. Renshu. She act on instinct. I feel like I'm always the type of person to act on instinct. Oh my god, guys! I wanna talk about Ali. I just realized the funniest thing that's between me and her. Here we go. Hear me out. You know how on stream, Ali is usually either she's wholesome, but she's also very like, how do you say it? Flirty and very yabai at times, right? Like she's like wholesome yabai. I don't know how to explain. I feel like her personality is like wholesome yabai. Right? Okay. And then you have me. Oh, where is he coming from? Okay, anyways, and then you have me, who is usually wholesome, but because I just don't know a lot of things. I don't know a lot of things, and I feel like my brain has like there's zero yabai in my brain. But basically, I'm just like, literally like, I talk about like things that sounds funny. If it's funny, it's funny, right? And then you look at the songs that Ollie sings. She can sing really like cute songs like I love you songs, or like fun songs, or like cool songs that have like a positive meaning. And like, wow, she's wholesome yabai but sings positive songs. And then you have me. I generally do not talk about yeah, I'm innocent wholesome, but then I look at the song choices that I have. And it's always literally like, why is life so cruel on me? The world is wrong. Oh, edge songs, raw. And I'm like, Maybe that's why. You know how like all these songs are like, oh, it makes sense because she's like happy, very cutesy, you know. So her songs being cute or like cool at the same time. Like, oh yeah, that makes sense. And you look at me, it's just like, oh, she's so silly, she's so stupid on stream. I'm like, haha. I'm like, shit, watch me. And then me going like, the world is dead. I cry my soul out. Ray-chan here. Hello. Is Gleaming Ray edgy song? It is kinda edgy. There is an English translation to the lyrics actually. But yeah, here you are. She is go lucky. You have hehe. I'm in danger. Oh my god, that is the best way to describe it. I have the hehe. I'm in danger. You wouldn't think Ray is well-adjusted Christian girl if you listen to her playlist. You know what? You may be right. Do you know Junji Ito? He looks wholesome outside, but his work is ghost story. Yeah! I know Junji Ito. He's kind of like me. Because I don't know, all the songs that I like are super edgy. Only sometimes I like cute songs, but most of the time it's edgy. I don't know why. I wish there's like someone who can be like, hey Ray, can we do a mental aptitude test and then we figure it out? Yeah. G-O-O-D. やろまあまあ大切な行くぞ。No! It's late? Ah! Ah! It's faster! This level is different! Level different! Oh, fast! Ah! 何気ないその優しさにどんどん熱くなって届くなるなって信じられるソウルメイト My office wash? It's at a higher level! That intro part of the song Yeah, I did it! Yatta! I did it! We can now do chat. We can do. We can do the story. Nice go. You know what's also higher level? You. Oh yeah. Haha. As you can see, I am trying to connect everything to real life football. That's true. そろそろ行きましょうか。It is time to world! Yay! We can stop beating up children poggers, but we're still beating up. Oh yeah, wait, chat. How do you autoplay? I actually don't know the buttons to autoplay. So I've been pressing everything on my own. Not because I don't want to. I do want to press it. But sometimes maybe I should learn how to autoplay. But I also don't know. Anyways. Square? Oh my god! It's square! Oh my god! レイちゃんの笑い声好き。そっか。ありがとう。ごめん。なんか、オートテキストが、今だけ、わかりました。It's the square button. It might be the button it shows on the top right when you write. Just, oh. That's a pro Inazuma Elementary. ごめん、I didn't know. Oh my god, look, it's Shadow Haru. おう。
こんなに遅くまで東風異国間と戦う準備お疲れ様。今回もバッチリみたいだね。
おお。
ああ、勝てる可能性は高まってる。
そっか、勝てる可能性が高まってる。Higher percentage of winning. Gasp. そうなの。
運命、
運命？
そろそろお別れなんだ。
No! そろそろお別れ He's like, I'm sorry. It's about time we split our ways. It's must time we part ways. No! 離れたくないもん。
君も分かっているはずだよ。俺は君だ。
俺は君だ。Hardest bars ever. 君も分かっているはずだよ。俺は君だ。Oh, bars. Our schizo version of the goat is leaving. Wait, are we gonna be healthy? Are we no longer gonna have the Lulu? He took his pills.
君が作り出したサッカーよ。
Fuck you, Zayna.
君がサッカーと向き合うために、俺は存在していたんだ。
Gasp. 君が作り出したサッカーへの思い。君がサッカーと向き合うために、俺は存在していたんだ。He's like, for you to, you know, kind of like face Soccers with your strong feelings towards Soccers. You created me. You made me exist in your Delulu head. Bars. Haru. It's easy to forget he took a metal pipe to the head in chapter 1. 確かにね、頭がなんかhis head 頭が最初からちょっとね怪我そうね、君はもう一人で歩いていける。いや仲間と一緒に歩いていく。Oh my god, he's like you don't have you've already been walking on your own. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh shit. Wait, where's the raid message? Dead. No. It's Jover. The raid message is dead. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh my god, the raid message died. Hi guys, thank you so much for the raid. Hold on. Guys, I feel like the raid message died. It's supposed to be on. It's not turning on at all. I'm so sad. No way. It's dead. It's dead. It's Jover. We'll never see it again. I'm here for that crazy low talk between soccer players. Yo, you're here at the right time because we're literally talking about how our schizophrenic friend here, Unmei, is basically saying goodbye to his rival that he made in his brain because he got hit in the head in chapter 1 with a metal pipe. I was promised Ronaldinho. I'm so sorry. I'll fix the thingy. Like for some reason I think it just broke. Which is kind of sad that it broke, but we'll figure that out later. Holy cow. No, it's so fun. But anyways, hi everyone. Welcome to the stream. My name is Ray Levere. I'm a freelance illustrator and I do like a lot of hobby stuff like singing and drawing. Yeah. And currently we're playing Inazuma 11. 皆さんはじめまして、レラビアと申します。イラストレーターとして、いろいろな趣味がある人で、今日はイナイレの配信で全部日本語でプレイしている。Yippee! Playing that because I'm trying to remember stuff. But yeah, we're currently at schizophrenic episode of like, it's time for me to go. You created me to like face soccer so that you can actually love soccer again. Bars. 今の段階ではね、なんか遠藤春のもなんかいや偽遠藤春のなんかお別れ時間で、なんか運命くんがようやく一人でサッカーに向き合うことができる。一緒に友達とサッカーで向き合えることで偽春、そうそう、偽春で。But yeah, I hope you had a fun stream. What were you doing on stream? Wait, Shinobi Art of Vengeance. Ooh, that sounds fun. Wait, I've never heard of the game. Wait, where's that from? That sounds interesting. Yeah. Okay, it's been really fun. I've been talking about like soccer with Chad. And then we've also talked about a lot of like I may have tackled a little bit too much. I may have tackled a little bit too much players that they don't give me a red card or yellow card. But you know, they didn't give me the thingy, but that's fine. Wait, I'm trying to save this. Can it work? Hold on, guys. I want to see if I can refresh this thingy. I want to see if this works. Preview live on stream. Can I actually get this raid to work again? Hold. There we go, it works! This was supposed to appear when you guys came in! Ronaldinho success! Okay, now it works. Sorry, it took a while for it to work. I think Stream Elements just kinda low-key died. The face, yeah, the face is added. Everyone thank Yamumu and also Carl for making like a version. And basically, thank you for making that version of me just going, Ronaldinho shucks shit. But yeah, I hope everyone from Hi Guys stream, feel free to stay here and watch. Or feel free to also hop off and rest. Also, Hi Guys Sans, 先ほどはなんか地震あるらしいんだけど、そちらの方が大丈夫ですか? I feel like there was a big earthquake that happened in Japan. I hope that everyone from Hi Guys stream and anyone in Japan right now is safe. Hopefully, because there is a tsunami warning, right? 僕は大丈夫でした。よかった。なんか青森と北海道に住んでるチャットはわかんないんだけど、だいたい多分みんなは東京か、多分はだいたい見てる人は東京だから、青森になんか知る人は少ないかな。うん、そうそう。大丈夫。ね、びっくりよ、先ほど。うん。I hope everyone's okay though. Yeah, thank you so much again.
ここから君の道に
I will continue playing this right
君を
now.
導くべき本当のパートナーが現れるはずだ。
おお。ここから君の道には君を導くべき本当のパートナーが現れるはずだ。We don't have a proper partner? Wait, hold on. I know he said like we're supposed to like, oh, we're able to like face soccer alone with our friends, but he's like, maybe if you keep walking in this path, like I'll find my true partner. But isn't that true partner you? Wait, Unmei is single? Yes. They're middle schoolers! Come on! They're middle schoolers!
さよなら。運命。
No! 私のパートナー偽春 No! No! He's gone, guys. It's over. Damn. Damn.
ありがとう。
Oh my god, no! 偽春はもう存在していない。It's sad. No! Damn, the meds are working! Damn, he finally finished all his meds from getting that metal pipe hit on his head. It's been a long while, guys.
九州最強の敵。東風異国間。
Okay, Kyushu. This is like Fubuki combining with his brother. That's true because the brother's personality was kind of like something that he made because he couldn't go past the trauma of his brother dying in an accident, right? So he made Fubuki and his brother, right? So this feels like, oh, the Endo Haru is like the soccer monster within Unmei that he couldn't really accept or face like alone. So he made Endo Haru as his soccer thingy. So does that mean no more schedule balls? 幻ボールは存在してるのかまだわかんない。I don't know if the balls will still be there or not. Do you think they will? Do you think they will? I don't know. I really don't know. 試合の時間だちょっとちょっと待ってそれ体大きいんだよ Wait, the body is so big! What the fuck?
国際的チームとなっています。
ちなみにこの学校は全部キャプテン以外は全員は外国人でした。They're all foreigners except for the captain. Yeah. Okay, real talk though. Okay, wait guys. Real talk though. When they say foreigners, I like how they put like Westerners, you know? Like you would never see an Indonesian in here like, yes, we have a player from Indonesia or like from Malaysia or like from Singapore. It's always it's always the Westerner. Because they were talking about like, yeah, the foreigner builds are massive. We're gonna lose as Japanese people. But like, it's just Westerners, man. Like, I'm sorry, like Indonesians, we kind of have a similar body build with like Japanese people. So it's kind of like.
山之内東洋は日本人なのですが、
なんか外国人の学校、
留学生が中心のチームです。
外国人留学生が中心なチームで、でも全員なんか全員でなんかアジア人の外国人は多分ない。韓国も時々あるんだけど、なんかインドネシア人多分ないし、シンガポーの方もないし、マレーシアの方もないし、タイも多分ないけど、大体この辺は多分アメリカ人とかヨーロッパ人とかオーストラリア人とかちょっと残念だけど、まあ確かになんかインドネシア人以外なんか C のアジア人は多分体のなんか違いは少ないと思う。なんか似てるっぽくかな、日本人として。でも欧米の方は違うね。なんか前アメリカに行った時は私はまあ普通にアジアのところでそんなに背が小さくないんだけど、アメリカに行った時は小さい。私は小さい。I went to America once, and in Asia, I'm considered normal height or like a little bit tall for women. But deadass, if I go to America, I'm literally the shortest girl there. I'm like, damn, I'm so fucking short. 一方、サッカー部ができて間もない南雲原がどう立ち向かうのか見どころですね。Wow, you do be short. Hey! How dare you? How dare you? でかいな。And what do you mean by I am tall around here? Oh, in Indonesia at least, or like in Asia countries, my height is considered average or tall for a girl. I'm actually like decently well heighted. Actually, if you don't believe me. We need Rococo Ulva back in this. Are you the tallest foodie? I think according to height-wise, yes. I think according to height-wise, I think I'm the same height as Muna. And then after us is Reichi. And then after Reichi is Michi. After Michi is Ollie. And then after Ollie, Kana's the shortest. Kana is the shortest. But everyone is basically around a 165 to 162, 164 area. They lied to me when they said elves are tall. I mean, I'm not a Western elf. You know, if Kana was taller than anyone, I'd feel like that something was wrong. I know, right? She's so small. She keeps sending me these stickers of a hamster. I'm like, yeah. Kana keeps sending me stickers of a hamster. なんか一番なんか背が短い友達がいつもハムスターのステッカーが送るんですけど見た目は似てるから性格も似てるからちょっと面白い。Can we talk about Kana just saying meow? I also don't know why she says meow. I keep telling her, you're a dog, right? Yes, but anytime I would be like, Kana, she's like, meow. I'm like, why are you meowing if you're a dog? But the only time she does like say like she barks only when we're playing Monopoly, because there's Monopoly where you get to be like a dog. And when she moves the dog, she'll be like, bark, bark. That's the only time she barks. She has never barked any time else. No, she never does meow meow. Only just meow like that. Only one meow. Unironically, I think I've heard her meow more than bark, right? And because she doesn't meow or bark that often, a lot of people thought she was a rabbit. And I'm like, yeah, sounds accurate. Maybe she's a dog cat? Doja cat? Doja cat?
運命にはなんか考えがあるんだよ。
お、考えある？
分かったようなことを言いやがって。それよりお前ら足を引っ張んなよ。
それはこっちのセリフだよ。運命はよくこんな脳筋の集まりで戦略を組み立ててきた。They're fighting already?
なんか試合の前に悪口を言うんだ。それはこっちのセリフ like, hey, don't pull us down. It's like, oh, that's my line. I don't know how Unmei managed to deal with y'all. I'm like, ooh.
なんだと
But they're fighting. よくないよ。よくないよ。そういうのよくないよ。
どうした空宮？らしくないな。
らしくないね。
別にいつも通りですよ。
南雲原と北洋にはまだ壁がありそうね。
そうね。
テクニカルな部分では下鶴監督との試合によって両者は大きく理解し合えた。でもまだ深いところで繋がれてはいない。
Yeah, they haven't understand like deeply with each other. They only understand tactics and play wise.
あいつら潰していいか？
Oh my god, they do have an accent. Hey, Toyo, あいつら潰していいか？
潰したらみんなが個人技アピールすればなくなるでしょ。
日本人。
ひとまずソフトタッチで頼める？
ソフトタッチで頼める。
トヨは今日もつまんないね。
Wow, they're like, oh, so they were doing boring shit again. Damn. Surely this won't be a problem. And Ume thought this true? Surely, right?
注目の対決、制するのはどちらでしょうか。
はばばねえみんな、what? They're level 20! They're level 28! みんな、ちょっとね、あとで、レベル28ですけど、they're level 28. Am I gonna be okay?
大歓声が飛び交い、大観衆が見つめています。
Am I gonna be okay? じゃあ、they're level 28.
の自分を発揮してほしいと思います。
ほらよ。
さあ始まりました。フィジカルで不利な中野原はどう試合を組み立てるのか。ここは慎重に行くべきだと思いますね。
Do I have enough? I don't think so. And Megan uses stalker superpowers and found out they have connected ancestor which become a bond for them. Mayhaps. Wait! Sin? Sin? Ow! 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 Wait, it's 1,000? Woo! Woo! Sin? Oh my god! I haven't seen that move in ages!
無理に攻撃する必要はありません。守りに集中します。
シナのボールを奪った。
そろそろ潰してもいいか？
仕方ないな。あんまりガツガツしないでよ。
おわ。
少しはうちの評判を気にしないと。
ウォー！早い！早い！ウォー！早い！
どこを守るか。
早い！I did this! So good! Oh shit! I'm underwater? Wait, how did we?
もう忘れないよ。次だ。
ラフプレイをやりやがったな。
Oh my, wait, guys, they're doing rough play. Does that mean I can tackle them for free?
いえ、見ていましたが、相手のプレイに反則性はありませんでした。単純な当たり負けですね。
なんか当たられるの怖いです。
亀は多分大丈夫。
It's time for rough play. Let's match the energy. Hell yeah. Let's match the energy. メンバーが負傷しました。ベンチメンバーとOh. Wait, he's dead? Zam.
で一気に流れを変えられるのか。さあスローインで試合再開です。
いいぞ。
あわわ。
抜けるルート。
Can I? No! We're underwater again. I'm under the water. Sorry, I remember one video. I'm under the water. I shouldn't be thinking about it. Holy shit!
2人目かよ。
Sorry, my brain is on. I'm under the water.
当たらないように気をつけた方が良さそうね。
I'm sorry. I should
これは
focus.
まずくない？笹波くん。
Oh. Oh, what do? Oh my god, I have to switch again! He's a forwarder. Oh, I can put him here. Okay.
脆いね。脆すぎる。
勝敗計算に最後まで試合できるのか。
Put a midfielder at the back? If you need to? What does that do if I do that? 1-2-1. Ignore the blue hair chick that is the defender with the dribble skill. Wow, so strong!
そこだ。ヒナのインターセプト。行け。ゴール前に来た。大きく弧を描いてのサイドチェンジ。行け。
Wow, it's back flip!
アウターワールド。
No! It's still there!
防ぎ切りました。止める。
わあ。
こいつだ。
わあ。
ナイアガラボールズ。
わあ、ウォーター。
パスね。
通しません。
どうしません。
突破されてしまった。またもや攻め込まれたぞ。城壁はまだだが。ここで止める。
氷結の前に。
見事なキャッチ。
任せたよ。
はっ、オーケー。頼んだよ。ここはパスが通らない。どう対処するか。そこだ。ここでゴールを狙う。キーパーナイス判断。
任せたよ。
歩道会。
こっちかな。
パスを回していく。行くぞ。
Why? Let me go! No! Oh my lordy! Muzu! This is so hard! Oh my god!
振り切られた。
Can I use this? Ooh, what's that?
頼むよ。守備体勢を整えられるか。ゴールを狙う。
Oh shit!
手に収
Okay,
ま
I
りました。
saw it! Ooh!
前半いかがでしたか、角間さん。
おー
いやー、この展開では後半さらに一方的にならないか心配です。
Ooh. Ooh. That's so hard.
やっぱ手強いな。
化け物級の体力を持っていることを考えると後半絶対伸びてくる。前半で点を取っておきたいところなんだけど。
守りに徹するだったよな。
Hmm.
運命、何考えてる？
What is he thinking? Why are we
でも
just
今
protecting?
回の指示なんか違和感があるんだよね。
It's like, but there's like something weird about the orders we got them.
細かい運命くんがざっくり前半は点を取らず守りに徹してって。
とにかく俺は運命を信じて指示通りにやるだけ。
そうかよ。
点を取らないと負けるよ、笹波くん。
That's
負けま
true.
せんよ。絶対に。
Just trust the process.
どうい
Ooh.
うこと？
How do you have so much
北洋
confidence?
と南雲原が一つになれれば。
If we become one?
運命、教えてくれ。どんな意図がある？
わかりました。東風異国間の個性は圧倒的なフィジカルと個人技。前半に点を取ろうとすればお互いの体力を削り合うことになる。そうなれば後半はこちらが不利になる。
Oh, okay. If we start fighting it out from the beginning, we would lose in physical. Okay.
確かに点を取ろうと走るよりも守備に徹すれば体力を温存できる。
過去データでは東風異国間は後半のラスト15分で大きく得点率が下がる。つまりスタミナ切れを起こしている。
Oh, they're aiming for the last 15 minutes to get a point?
でもほとんどの試合が相手チームはその時点で覆せないほどの大量得点を奪われ
Oh my god. They're aiming for the last 15 minutes?
なんだ？
この勝負、試合のラスト15分にかけます。
What the fuck? Oh shit. Well. You got this? Okay, I'll do my best.
パスね。
ごめんじゃん。
止める。
奪えない。そちら。
攻撃もできないなんてチキンだね。
お。
触れただけで転んじゃうとかやりづら。
Why does he look like a Splatoon
手
character?
も足も出ない感じだし。
言い返さないのか？
Oh, he looks so good. Oh.
プレーでやり返すさ。
言うじゃないか、空宮。
God, the face card is so
二人で
good.
かかろうか。
二人がかりでぶっ潰すってこと？面白いじゃん。
いい判断。
篠野先輩、逆サイドお願いします。
分かった。フォローに入る。
打った。
Oh. Can I catch? Okay. She's truly no, I'm fangirling. It's simple, guys. Cool, man. I fangirl. But that's it. I don't do anything nasty. Wow. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. What am I gonna do? Okay, I saw it.
任せたよ。オッケー。頼んだよ。
あれ、なんかチームが楽しそうな雰囲気になっているみたい。
He's off his line.
この試合でやるべき戦略は2つ。1つはラストの15分に体力を全振りする。
も
しかしてこの状況
Oh.
Tactics.
There's a side thing with keepers like leaving the goalpost in this game. Oh. Okay.
今まで知らなかった者同士が信頼関係を築くためには一緒に何かを乗り越えなければならない。
Oh, they're using this to be like, let's face this together.
耐えるってことですね。
Oh.
はい。 そういう意味では
He really knows how to
試
like
練を与えてくれる相手として最適だったのかもしれません。
create these environments.
足が重い。なんか体がびしょびしょだ。全員が疲労している。ここまで全力で戦ったのは初めてのことなんだ。
まさかこれが敵監督の狙いだったのか。いいぞ、ほらよ。
いっちゃえ。
Direct!
キーパーの手に収まりました。
そこだ。オーケー。
押さない。
There we go.
いいぞ。やってや
Ah,
る
shit!
ぜ。ほらよ。
Nice!
あれ、向こうの様子がおかしいですね。
スタミナ切れですよ。
Oh, that's why we've been doing stamina stuff.
笹波くん、いよいよここから盛り返すつもりなんですね。ここまでこんな苦戦しているのに全く焦ってないし。
想定できる苦戦は苦戦とは呼びません。後半残り15分で東風異国間のパラメータはスタミナ切れにより約 40% ダウンします。
You do that much calculations?
ここ
Jesus.
からがチャンスタイムです。
It's
ここで
chance
全員の
time!
特訓の成果が生かされるんです。
どんな特訓をしたんですか
15分間全力疾走特訓です。
Oh my god.
は
全員15分間走り続ける持続力をつけてもらいました。
Oh my
そ
god.
してここまでは体力を温存。これは最後の15分の大逆転に全てをかける大博打なんです。
笹波くんの辞書に博打って言葉あったんですか
You're talking to him, that's true. Oh, it's the tactics thingy.
通してもらう。
Oh, it's the tactics thingy. Okay, I found it. Okay.
このままボールをキープできるか。
Tactics!
必殺タクティクスブースト15を実行開始。
Boost 15! Oh, music! Get in the box? What box? Shoot on side?
つながるか。
What box? You're asking me to think straight on the spot. What are you on about?
入った。
ゴール。
パスどういうことなのだ。
はは。Second bitch. Oh. No, I still launched her. I'm under the water. I'm under the water.
敵さんはこちらの体力の持続に驚いているみたいね。
おそらく自分たちの疲労度と比較してこちらが化け物のように見えているんじゃないでしょうか。
Focus rate? Oh yeah. I shouldn't be talking about being under the water. Excuse me. Ha 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 ha.
さあシュートに持ち込めるか。
Where? Friends! Nakamatachi! I had none! I don't think I can shoot.
いいぞ。さあシュートに持ち込めるか。
Can I shoot? Wow! Wow! It's so weak! Wow!
収まります。当然。どこだ。おう。
Do I have to turn on the tactics again? What the fuck? Yo, that's fucked up! Ah, give me the ball, fucker! Goalie's HP 0. Okay, I know.
ゴール前に来た。
くぜ。
ーの手に収まりました。
侮ってはいけん。そこだ。止める。
うまくボールを奪いました。さあ後半終了目前。
行け。いざ。
桜崎得点につなげられるか。
やがれ。
They're using your bounce tactic. It's all according to Keikaku. Give me my score. Let's go. Yeah. Give it up. Haha. Okay, I should use the burst 15 again. Okay, I need to use the Hisatsu tactics again. One more goal to seal it. I'll try. Hold on. Oh, I can't use it anymore. I can use this. Give me that. Shit.
パスの先で競り合い。
No! Haha! I still win. I still win! Get the wreck foreigners! Me at me. Sorry, I'm so excited. I shouldn't be laughing that loud. Sorry. Cut the.
南雲原の快進撃。
ユッピークラップユッピー
決勝へと駒を進めました。
イエーイ。
これは南雲原の全国進出が見えてきましたよ。
そう。
決勝大会まであと一つですね。
そう。あと一つですね。
やったな。
やったな。いやー、やったやったね。Mama Levere, your daughter is laughing and drooling over to the enemy men again. Oh, you're used to it already? I then. Has come a long way since her matches, losing to my great grandma in the noodle center. I did my best too.
やりましたな。
やりましたな。
大勝利。
大勝利。
やっと一つになれたのかな。
やったー。
本当に一つになるのはまだまだこれからですよ。
おお、まだまだですか。We. I'm proud of our student, Yuppie. Ah, come, teacher, downstairs, talk with us. 一緒に話しょう。
なんと来門中の期待の新星遠藤春が怪我で退場しました。
What? Injury by who? What? Injury? 怪我? How? Oh my god, he's so beaten up. What the fuck?
遠藤春。
What the fuck? They shut him down with... No! What the... なんで？
梅。
Oh shit, man.
ライモンの遠藤春が予選決勝で怪我をして退場した。
Holy shit.
まさかライモンが負けたのか？
いえ、試合自体は1点差でライモンの勝利です。
おお。ライモンに1点差って海洋もやるね。
おお。
遠藤春が途中退場し、チーム全員が焦ったんだと思うぜ。
それで遠藤春はどんな怪我なんだ？
Yeah, what injury?
ちょっと待って、これ。
Holy shit! 遠藤春、再起不能。は？は？
再起不能。
Wait, what do you mean?
デマだよな。
Wait, 再起不能? As in like cause unknown? Huh? 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 Beyond recovery? No hopes of recovery?
ハルくん、足を怪我して選手生命が絶望的なんだって。
Wait, what the fuck, guys? Guys, it literally says Psyche Funo being beyond recovery. What the fuck? Holy fucking what the fuck? How? What happened? His leg? Huh? What?
本人にも隠されているって話だよ。かわいそう。
What the fuck? Psyche Funo. He might not recover. Holy shit. Oh shit. Oh.
ハル、足は痛まないか？
はい、大丈夫です。
そうか。
レンさん、俺。
キャプテン、こっちお願いします。キャプテン。あ、
see, this is why he said he wants friends, because in the current Raimon, they don't really treat him as a friend. Because he's too different.
あいつ、普段から話しかけてほしくなさそうにしてたからな。こうなるよな。
ハルくん。
Certain types of injuries are a death sentence as an athlete because of huge chance of re-injury even if it can heal successfully. Ah. That or it will never work again 100%. Oh, fuck. He's too good so nobody really knows him past being the son of the goat and the current goat. That's true.
まだいたのか、ハル。
He needs a friend like Unmei. Date with Unmei. Unmei 君とお仲良ししたら友達ができるよ。
部費の予算のことでマネージャーたちとミーティングがあってな。こんな時間までかかってしまった。
そうなんですか。
ハル、いつから練習に戻れるようになるとか医者から聞いたか？
Is that really what you're gonna ask right now? Really? Is that... Oh my fucking god. I get why he doesn't have friends in Raimon because everyone's like him. Like, is that really the first thing that you would ask? Like, he's literally asking like, oh, by the way, can you... did you ask the doctor when you can return to practice? Like, bitch, that's not the first thing you should be talking about. You should be talking about like, hey, did the doctor say that, you know, you'll recover from this? Like, just ask if he'll recover. Normally, like, can he walk normally and stuff like that? Don't ask about, when can you return to practice? Like, of course it doesn't make sense. Ah, my god. They're the greedy as hell. Greedy.
骨にもひびが入っていたみたいで、今大会中の復帰は無理かもしれません。
That's fucked up. There's a crack. Bone crack, I think. Hibi. Hibi is crack, right? Hibi. Yeah, it's a crack. There's a crack in his bone, guys. And basically, he can't come back in this tournament. If he answers, he'll be able to return or not. That's true.
普通に歩けるようにはすぐになるみたいなんですけど。
Okay, at least he's able to say like, oh yeah, but I can eventually walk. I just can't be too hard.
そうか。お前の実力は突出している。焦る必要はない。
突出している？projection.
焦ってなんかいません。
He's not worrying about that.
毎日サッカーをやれなくても何かが変わるわけでもないですし。
Yeah, because that's not the point. My God, you all just thinking about soccer. But like, you always ask how's soccer, but you never ask him how's Haru. Why have you never asking about what he feels? Like, don't you want to ask a little bit more like why he want friends and why you keep asking about like, did you want to fight more stronger people? Like, what the fuck, man? He's the strongest, of course not. He just want friends. He's talented. He's told you he just want friends, and you're not being a friend right now. Like, what the fuck are you on about? This way, it's like if he believes he'll recover no matter what, asking if he'll heal is a bit more of a more deep to ask. That's true, but like, it's so annoying.
練習なんか必要ないとでも言いたいのか。春、それは違う。多分、バチが当たったんですよ。
バチが当たった。バチ。Ooh. What is that? バチが当たった。Plectrum? Hold on. バチ。Wait. No. What kind of bachi is he trying to say? It says, is it punishment or curse? Is he trying to say that as a curse? Hold on. It's in...
バチ？俺、毎試合、なんか乗らないなって気持ちでプレイしてた。
Curse. Okay, they're using it as curse. Oh, okay. 俺、毎試合なんか乗らないなって気持ちでプレイしてたから。Oh, because he's not playing.
プレイするのって間違っていますよね。
Oh, okay, yeah, it's punishment.
チームメイトにもサッカーにも失礼っていうか。
Oh, he feels like because of how he feels when he plays soccer, and he knows it's wrong. チームメイトにもサッカーにも失礼っていうか、it's like it's being rude to soccer.
自分でも分かっているんですけど、自分の気持ちを制御できなくて。お前のレベルになれば、そう思うのは無理もないさ。普段から積極的にチームに馴染もうとしていないせいもあって、みんなともなんか遠いですし。
Yeah, he didn't play soccer with her.
自己分析はできてるんだな。ところで春、少し息抜きをしてみたらどうだ？
息抜き？
息抜き？
どんな？
そうだな。例えば、旅をするとか。
Is this the date arc? He's gonna go on a trip? Go visit Unmei! Go visit Unmei! And you can talk about how you both might not be able to play soccer, but you love soccer! The date arc! It's here.
こういった時間を使って、
行
ってみたいところに行ったり、
please.
会ってみたい人に。
Oh my god, look! Use this time to meet someone you want to meet or go where you want to go.
会ってみたい人。
Unmei! Please, I beg of you. Ray might be too good at writing fanfics in a word setting.
決勝の相手が決まりましたよ。
お、
どこですか？
沖縄の
沖縄
中というところです。でもちょっと変わった学校なんです。
Strange school? Okinawa. Most people love Inazuma 11 for the football. Ray loves it for the BL. True. I really like the friendship between the guys.
マイペースな学校。
でも出てきたとなると、しっかりと対策を練らなければなりませんね。
How far am I from the end of chapter 6? Because I really just wanna see their date arc. Oh my god, he's gonna look at it. Yes.
俺が一人で長崎まで来るとは。せっかく来たんだし、少し見て回るか。
待って、Oh guys, the music なんか曲がめっちゃ悲しい。Stop. Navy, let's not use that kind of language, okay? Let's not use that language. I really don't like those kind of languages. I think you've already said like 2 very grotesque language and I don't really like it. It's not something I use on stream. So probably not use those words. Thank you. I may be friends with Ollie, but I do not use those words, and you can probably tell from how I talk. I really just don't use those. But there are other ways to explain it, and honestly, on my stream, I'd rather keep it safe for work. The only reasons I don't use it is because the only reasons why I put this place as NSFW or like R18 is because I swear a lot, and kids shouldn't look at like how much I swear. But I just don't like using those words. Now Haru has Kisho balls? Yeah, because he can't play soccer. The music is great though. The music's great though. Like, I like BL, or at least like BL in like these game contexts, because I like how friendships are between like guy to guy and girl to girl. But it doesn't have to always turn into like a whole... How do you say it? Dangerous ways? There's just some things that if you talk to a guy and you're a guy, you can understand more than if you talk with a girl and with a guy, you know? That's my understanding of it. Oh my god, it's ice cream shaped as a rose. Aww, hey, that's so cute.
長崎にしかないアイスかな。食べてみたいけど、一人だとちょっと恥ずかしいな。
Why? Just grab the ice cream and eat it alone. Some people take BL the other way. How do you say? There's brothership as well. There's also stages where it kind of low-key is BL, but it's not yaoi. Does that make sense? Or like shonen ai. Okay, there's a lot of things. Okay, I think I like shonen ai. I'm far away from yaoi. Sometimes I can tolerate BL, but I think it's just more of shonen ai. Because technically Given, the anime Given, counts as BL, right? It's not shonen ai, but I really like Given because of the emotional aspect. I know what you're getting at. Yeah, I don't know how to explain it in a way of like it makes sense for people, because sometimes people think like, oh, you're a girl and you like BL, you must be a hardcore fujoshi. And I'm like, I'm not really. It's just anything that makes me feel things. Actually, I had this conversation recently. I have a friend who doesn't want to feel things. So if they read a manga that has emotional stuff and it gets adapted into an anime, she doesn't want to watch the anime because she's like, I don't want to feel this twice. But for me, I'm the type that I want to feel things. If it gets even better, I'll go through that pain again because I like feeling things. It makes me feel like it's reminding me that I am human, that I still know how to feel. Huh? What is this loud ass noise? I get that, right? I just sometimes I feel like in this world where people are streamers and stuff, and you know, like usually the ones that get highlighted are maybe the down bad ones or the super loud ones. So I feel like I'm trying to make a place where, you know, I'm not the loudest in that aspect. I may not be the most down bad, but maybe I can represent some people, you know? Yeah. I want to go to Nagasaki. I want to go here to Nagamohara. Like, I think I saw these. I think when I was in Hiroshima, I saw these. In Hiroshima, these existed. But these don't exist in like Tokyo, which is kind of sad. I really like the trains in the middle. I don't want to feel things, Miss Ma'am. You cannot control emotions. Yeah, that's what I told my friend, but that's just kind of thing. Why is Haru schizoing Haru though? I don't get it. I think it's just because the context of the game is us, or maybe he's schizoing Haru himself because he feels like that's the Haru that's supposed to enjoy soccer. Yeah, I think your microwave food is done. It's so funny he went all the way here because he thought of Unmei. Trams? Yeah, trams don't really exist in Tokyo.
I really want to
go back to Hiroshima. I really do. I really want to go back to Hiroshima actually. Like, I really feel that I think you don't really have to live in Tokyo when you're in Japan. なんか最近思ったことは、東京住まなくてもいいな感じで、広島もいい。でも友達がないとちょっと悲しいかなけど、なんか広島がいい。まだ見てないなんかところもたくさんあるんだけど、だいたい日本的はね、いい感じ。Tokyo is just one part. Yeah, So on my summer holiday, 今年の夏休みで自分でソロで広島でいろんな場所に行きました。そこで文化的となんか日常的はいいかな。I really felt comfortable there. It did feel like I was home, to be honest. And that's the one thing that I feel like I always have like a hard time figuring out in the future. Will I live in Indonesia forever? Or will I move to Japan one day? I'm not sure.
長崎は坂が多いって聞いてたけど、本当に多いんだな。
Aww. He's having fun. He's just exploring. But yeah, I've always thought about like, will I go back to Japan one day? But I'm not sure. Because in Japan, I don't have a lot of friends. In Indonesia, I do. But in Japan, I feel like I can be... How do you say it? My life is crazier there. It's more passionate there. In Indo, I feel like my social life is happier. So it's kind of like half of my heart is there and half of my heart is here. It's hard.
なんだろうこれ。タコ?
Well, it's not pressure, but like I can't really see.
壁山のおっちゃんに似てるな。
は、壁山おっちゃんに似てる。Oh my god, 壁山 mentioned. Do we get to see 壁山? That last statement is so real. To make friends, you have to go make some. They don't come naturally. I did try to make friends in Japan, but it's not as easy, for sure. And I feel like the people that I could like be friends with heart to heart was mostly Indonesians. And at the end, the friends that I made in Japan were mostly Indonesians. なんか日本に行った時は友達作りたかったけど、壁山 He's old.
タコだよな。
So which is the one you are more capable to let go? I think life in Japan for sure. Because I feel like me as a person, if I had no friends, I would lose all means of like socializing. Because that is low-key what happened when I was in Japan. That depression arc happened because I didn't have friends to go with it through. Like not a lot of friends were like genuinely there for me. I had a few, but because everyone is so busy, they're busy in a way like you might only meet people like once every 3 months. In Indo, like even if you're busy, you can still find a way to like eat dinner together or something. Like as long as you're like living in a place where you can still go by car. But in Japan, it's really hard. So it's kind of like, I feel like if I do move to Japan one day, it has to be with someone. It has to be with someone, I feel. I don't want to live there alone. I can live there alone. Not saying I can't, because I've done that for like the past 5-6 years when I was in Japan, right? But it's more of like, I don't want to. I don't want to live alone. Solitude is addictive in that way. Yeah, when I first came back to Indonesia after I graduated university, even my mom told me like, you're too quiet. It feels like you don't really want to say anything and you're just observing things, and it makes me kind of sad that you're not talking anymore. So it took me like a good year to like talk normally? Is it hard getting to store location? It's just more of like, work is tiring in Japan. In Indonesia, work is tiring as well. But the level of like tiring vibes in Japan, especially if you work in the city, it's so heavy. And because the environment makes you feel like you have to keep working, it feels strange to like go out with friends at times. It's a little bit different. That's just coming from someone who's lived there for 6 years. And it also comes in the fact of like, when I was helping Ollie during the time when she was alone in Japan. You know, she was alone in Japan for a month, right? And it's not to say there's no one in Japan. But the solitude is so crazy that it drove her, like, her anxiety went up. So like, no physical company. One is no physical company for sure. But it also feels like, you know how like, you know that feeling, guys, of like you being in like the most crowded room? But you are standing in a spotlight, but nobody pays attention to you. But you're in a room of like 100 people. That's how it feels, usually in Japan. なんか日本に行った時は周りの人が多いんだけど、ずっとなんか自分が一人で立ってる感じ。みんなは多分見えないけど、多分それは東京の個性だから、東京はちょっと辛いんだけど、東京以外は多分そういうわけじゃないけど、そのなんか絆を作るのはちょっと難しい。特になんか大学の時の絆はちょっと難しいし、And someone gets very intense homesickness, so I understand that feeling. Yeah, she had to go back and forth, guys. Like, I'm really glad I managed to catch her that day when she was feeling down, because it's something that I've went through and a little bit crazy, but like as much of like how happy-go-lucky I seem now, I did think about, you know, committing Sudoku in the most realist way, like I think 3 years ago when I was still in Japan, because of how lonely it was. That was something that I never thought I would think ever in my entire life, that I would think of that, but thank God I got through that. I don't think about that anymore, but I think it really was something. It's not like, the solitude is not something that you can go through very easily. Even some of my friends are depressed there, but they still continue to live there because they've built their life there, you know. Like, just a little bit off topic, but let me get back to this. 昔ながらの味、やっぱり長崎に来たらこれは食べないとだよね。バラの花みたいに盛り付けてくれるのかわいい。試してみたい味もあるけど、やっぱりプレーンかな。Water thinky. Humans aren't built for solitude after all. Yeah. Yeah, I had a friend. Okay, guys, actually, do you want to try helping my friend? Let me ask you like a question that maybe you guys may have an answer for. なんかちょっと質問したいんだけど、友達はまあ日本に住んでるんだけど、ちょっと相談したい。Okay, so my friend has been in depression for the past year. It's to the point that she has actually gotten a mental leave from her company so that she can actually fix her mental state, and she's depressed, so she goes to the doctor every month. And I've asked her about things that may make her feel, you know, depressed. And one of the things that she said is that coming home alone is one thing, and then like coming into like an apartment where all the lights are off is one of the triggers. Another trigger is that she was so like girl bossing that she accidentally like fulfilled most of the things that she wanted to do and fulfill in her life. For example, she wanted to move out from Indonesia, which she did. she wanted to get N1, which she did. She wanted to get permanent residence in Japan. She also did that. She also wanted to live there permanently. So she actually managed to buy a house in installments. Basically, she has like a 30-year plan that she can just keep paying like normal rent per month kind of thing. And basically, she's done everything that she set her life to too fast. And she's not even 40 yet. She finished all of this by the time she was 33. By the time she was 33, she has gotten all of that. Is there a reason she wanted to permanently live there? Better living conditions from Indonesia. Better pay as well. Ticking off a checklist is actually easy. Letting go of all the emotional attachment is the hard bit. Yeah, so right now, she feels like she doesn't know where to go with life because she's ticked off her big checklist. And I don't know how, as a friend, how to help her to like find that little passion in life again. So that's the hard part about my friend. That's the hard part because she's ticked off most of the big things that she thought would take a while, but she managed to get everything done by 33. She's basically in her midlife crisis. Correct. But it's even harder because she's in Japan. That's the hard part. She's in Japan. 彼女は日本にいて、まあ、なんか自分の人生の目的はもうすでになんかいろんなチェックリストできたんだけど、今はないから、友達としてどうすればいいのかわかんないけど、the most I can do is that when I visit her, I kind of like small stuff that's not super hard or with big check marks, or focus on small about the house stuff, pet or partner. Partner is hard for her, for sure. Pet, she doesn't feel like she can get a pet just because like what if she can't take care of herself, then she can't take care of a pet. Maybe live with a friend, a little bit hard because she doesn't really have friends. Again, it's really hard to make friends there. She's been living there for like almost a decade. And it is very extremely hard to find friends that you can be really comfortable with to live together. So it's hard. It's really hard. It's not as easy as like finding a friend to live with in Indonesia. In Japan, it's really hard, especially as a foreigner. That's actually what happens when people realize they've been wasting their life and decide to start living for themselves. Sounds like your friend already did that, but maybe she feels unfulfilled about her achievements. I feel like it's more like I guess she doesn't have like a bigger goal anymore. That she feels like she's happy, but she's sad that she doesn't know where to go. And her hobby is actually a writer. She's actually a writer. She's been making this really, really long story for the past 5 years. So she's actually writing, but it's nowhere near done. So that's her pastime. She plays games as well. She goes out to eat. But you know, there's always that emptiness when you don't know what you want to be in like the next several years. Yeah, I think it's the hollow victory part. I think at that point you just need to explore. I think the problem is that she hit an end without a general purpose. Some people move to pursue dreams like acting or drawing, but moving for the sake of living might have been bad without another goal on top. Yeah, I think so too. I'm hoping that she explores more about her writing stuff. But I don't know. Yeah, I think because her goal was just to move, she hasn't really used that time to explore like what does she want to do, like her own, like, how do you say it? In Japanese, like ikigai. なんか自分の生きがいがわからなくなった。なんか日本になんか移動した理由は、まあインドネシアに対してはもっといい生活ができるから、それがすると今の彼女は目的がないから、長崎を支える足、is that Chin Denja? Or is it Chiso? の愛称で親しまれている路面電車だが、その歴史は古く、100年以上にわたって市民や観光客の足として日やばし続けている。 No plans to go home or Indo? She visits Indo time to time, but I feel like she just finds life happier in Japan. Like, the things she can do in Japan is easier. In Indo, it feels like it becomes a burden to her, you know. That's Chinchin Densha, them. Omagari Neko. Okay. I only recently started working again with mental health leave as well. Regarding coming to an empty house part, a pet can seriously help with that, as the need to take care of them supersedes the need to take care of yourself, but also causes you to take care better of yourself. So you can, maybe I should ask her to get a pet, huh? Regarding the feel of emptiness with no goals, that is something I'm struggling with as well. So I go for small and easy achievable goals until I find a bigger goal to strive for. I feel like we're always going through some sort of like hardships, huh? Like once you finish, like, I hate school. It's like, oh, we're going to university. I hate university. And then afterwards you're like, I hate trying to find a job. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know what to do with life. Like, I feel like we're always going through something. Not like come home permanently. Yeah, she does. She does visit home, but she's not as happy when she visits home. To live is to struggle, but with no struggle, how do you live? That's true, but when the struggle is too high though.
じゃあそろそろ笹波運命の学校南雲原中に行ってみるか
Oh my god, he's going to Nagumohara! The depression at least gives me a good sense of humor, so let's go. Honestly, same. I too have depression humor, but yeah. Sorry it got heavy, but I feel like 普段はそういう話がしたかった。I feel like these are the... I feel like with me, aside like playing like silly games, I like talking about serious things. Not because I'm a downer and all, but I feel like not everyone has a place to talk about this, and I hope maybe on stream it's something that we can all share just a little bit. Is it Schizo? Is it Schizo?
遠藤春どうして俺もサッカーできなくなっちゃったよなんか君に会いたくなって
Oh, he wanted to meet with Unmi because he couldn't do soccer.
再起不能っていう噂は本当なのさあどうだろう医者は何とも言えないって本当は絶望的だけど気休めで不確定感出してくれてるのかも
When you walk with Haru, how is this Schizo? Oh.
春でいいよ
Oh.
春そういえば前に言ってたよねどんな気持ちってやつ
Oh. Ah.
俺君の気持ち分かったかもサッカーできないやつの気持ちほんとサッカーなんてどうでもいいって思ってたつまんないって思ってたでも今は悔しいよ悔しいんだサッカーができないことが
Oh, he does love soccer.
悔しい
Oh no!
ねえ春長崎を案内しようか行こう
Hello, turtle.
Oh my god, they're on a date! Ah! Ah! He ate the ice cream together! Ah! Oh my god, he ate the ice cream together, guys. And he said he doesn't want to eat it alone because he's a bit shy. Oh my god. They're dating. Oh my god. I'm healing. The trauma is healing. The power of friendship is real. Oh my god, penguin is a reference. Oh my god, Kote penguin soon. Oh. Oh no, he's like, oh no, but that's my bae. How dare you hang out with my bae? Oh, Nagasaki Champon. I love Nagasaki Champon. It's so good! Got your bond stolen, holy shit. Wait till Sakurazaki sees it like, oh, gasp! How dare you steal my homeboy? Oh my god, they did it! Wait! Wait a second! I've done this too! Back in Hiroshima! In Onomichi! I did this in Onomichi. Wait! Don't tell me Nagumohara is based on Onomichi. Hold on. Pause. Guys, I feel like this is so similar to Onomichi. No fucking way. You took a gondola? I took this thingy, the SkyTrain thingy. And the view is so similar. Gondola? Oh, I thought gondola is the boat.
いや、ただ知りたかっただけだよ。春の気持ちが。
Oh.
羨ましくって。
Oh. It's both? Oh.
結局、楽しいかどうかなんて自分の問題だった。楽しもうとしてないやつには楽しめるはずがない。できて当たり前ってそういう風に思ってたから。
Oh.
春。
Oh. Naruhodo. Is the date done? Can I still keep dating? I would love to know. No. No. No.
運命、俺は行くよ。
No. Not again.
うん。今日は楽しかった。
No. I don't remember this when I went to Japan.
俺も。じゃあ、また。
No. Kyushu. I know it's Kyushu, but like, they have a similar vibe with Onomichi as well, which is like Hiroshima. Is he gonna talk? Oh. 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 The fleshy Beckies. Is he gonna talk? Run. Talk to him. Kokuhaku, kokuhaku, confess, confess, say something about soccer and be like, gasp.
キャプテン、ハルくんは今どこにいるんですか？
わからない。あえて聞いていないんだ。ただ、一人会いたいやつがいるって言ってた。
ハルくんが会いたい人。でも、今一人にして大丈夫なんでしょうか？
春の問題は怪我だけじゃない。自分自身で乗り越えるしかないと思っている。
キャプテンはなんだかんだで、ハルくんを信頼しているんですね。
甘やかしている自覚はあるが、春は俺なんかがアドバイスするよりも、はるかに上の次元のことを考えている気がしてな。
そうでしょうか。私には至って普通の子に見えますけど、サッカーがちょっと上手いってだけの。
ちょっとじゃないだろ。
私、こう見えてサッカーのことあまり詳しくないですから。
ああ、網崎さんは海外生まれで翻訳担当のマネージャーだったな。
はい。主に私の専門は海外コーチの指示を的確に選手に伝えること。
それより少し気になっていることがあるんだ。網崎さんの意見も聞きたい。
何ですか？
春が怪我をすることに不自然さを感じている。
Oh, there was something strange about the
サッカー
injury?
のプレイで選手が怪我をすることは珍しくありません。
普通ならそうだ。だが、春の身体能力は尋常じゃない。試合中の接触程度で怪我をするとは思えない。
それはつまり？
春の怪我には何か裏があるんじゃないかと思って。
There was a plot?
敵チームが何かした？
いや、はっきりとしたことは言えない。だが、このままにしてはおけない。
キャプテン。
Oh. The plot thickens. Oh. Mia no Mamoru! Oh. 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 Oh, wait. Isn't he not allowed to run? Isn't he not allowed to run? Ah! Oh. Oh.
運命、どうしてここに？君にどうしても伝えたいことがあって。He wants to say something,
chat. This is it, chat. This will change Haru-kun. I'm feeling it. It's gonna change his life. No! I got cliff tang. I fucking hate this. I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here. I
どうした？らしくないオーラ出してるじゃないか。
Cliff hanging.
俺らしいってどんなイメージですか？
お、
それはあれだ。いつも元気なムードメーカーじゃないのか？
Oh, he's not his usual mood maker.
つなぎの素地。周りを生かすプレーだろ？
Oh no.
はい。それが俺の個性っすよね。でも。
お？
What happened? Why's everyone in shambles?
前のチームメイトに言われたことあるんですよ。俺の代わりはいくらでもいるって。
Damn.
俺、桜崎先輩とか篠原先輩のような唯一無二の個性に憧れます。
Oh shit.
そんなことか。仲間と仲間をつなぐ存在。立派な個性だろ。
Yeah, why are you... Okay. Honestly, I vibe with this guy. I feel it too. You know why? Because I'm also the mood maker in most friend groups. I'm usually the middle ground who's pulling everyone together. I understand how he feels. Like, damn, I wish I had that one interesting part that makes me like that cool prayer. So the fact that Yagyu is saying, you know, being a mood maker, the one who's able to like bring everyone together, that's a cool thing. Thank you, Yagu. Thank you. You're making me feel better as well.
運命が目指すチームは日本一のチームなんですよ。
But you're a cool person. Thank you.
俺みたいなやつが必要でしょ。
Oh, silence you. Then you should also know you should realize your own worth. Hey, give me a moment, guys. I'm literally having a Kisoji moment here. Let me figure out the way Kisoji figures out. Maybe Inazuma 11 will actually tell me how to figure out my self-worth. Hold on. 運命が目指すチームは日本一のチームなんですよ。そこに俺みたいなやつが必要でしょうか? Oh my god. He's like, do you really need someone like me? Oh my god. Well.
篠原、回転力がかなり上がっていて合わせづらくなっている。
それは桜崎が合わせられるようにすべきでしょう。
こっちかよ。
でもこれまでの春雷より明らかにパワーが上がっていますよ。
おお。
このままいけば春雷の進化覚醒もありえます。
進化覚醒？
Oh, it can evolve?
同じ技でもより大きなパワーを発揮するような進化をさせることができるんです。
というわけで私の回転力アップには桜崎が頑張って合わせるべきってこと。
おお。
なんだこの負けた感。
春雷はチームの得点源です。桜崎先輩と篠原先輩の両方が進化してこそです。篠原先輩の超回転ボールの回転力が上がるならば 桜崎先輩の打ち出すパワーも上げる必要があります。
Okay.
両者のパワーバランスが取れてこそ春雷の威力を次の段階に持っていくことができるんですよ。
というわけで仲良くレベルアップしてくださいね。
Okay. I'm just waiting until she played against the second team in chapter 7.
わかっ
What does
た。
that mean? Don't spoil me though. Second team in chapter 7. No idea what that is. Oh no, he's still sad.
な
Not
んて顔して
EPA,
る
right? I feel like no, it's not. I'm EP, but I'm like so hooked in the story right now.
俺あんな風に運命からアドバイスしてもらったことあるかなって。
Oh, he wants advice from Unmei that way.
そんなことかよ。
柳生先輩には分かりませんよ。
Oh shit.
ずっと特別な存在であり続けた柳生先輩には。
Oh no, oh fuck, he's me 2 years ago.
木曽路。
Oh shit, he's me 2 years ago. Fuck. Oh shit. 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 He's me 2 years ago.
ではこれよりフットボールフロンティア地区予選決勝、沖縄の強豪大三原中と戦うための作戦会議を始める。
Same people so she
いよ
doesn't
いよ
have.
決勝か。少し緊張するな。
絶対にタダでは勝たせてくれないよね。
そりゃな。
これが大三原中の対戦データです。音楽のリズムを応用したグルーヴ戦術サッカー。
なんじゃそりゃ。
グループ what
すでに調査済み
soccer?
です。ここからは私が。皆さん、次の対戦相手大三原中の監督からビデオレターが届きました。
Video letter?
ビデオレター？なんで？
試合前に挑発しておこうってのか。
どんな挑発でも受けて立つよ。
Damn.
ではスクリーンに映しますね。
みんな作戦会議は後にして敵からの宣戦布告を聞こうじゃないか。
Damn, they sent a video letter?
こんにちは。決勝での対戦相手、南雲原中の皆さん。
Wait, is that Tsunami?
津波丈介です。
津波丈介。
Okay, I shouldn't scream. I shouldn't scream.
遠藤守と共に稲妻ジャパンを背負ったレジェンドプレイヤーの一人。
マジか。あの津波さん。
Wait, Ollie's gonna be so happy. Oh my fucking god, Ollie's gonna be so happy. I want. Oh my god.
本当にごめん。決勝戦の日とうちらの村の海祭りの日が完全にかぶっちまった。うちらの村では海祭りを休むってのは人間やめるに等しいんだわ。というわけで決勝の日行けません。危険ってことで本当ご迷惑をおかけします。
Wait.
こらやめろって。
Oh, they're not going because of their festival.
じゃあ南雲原の皆さん、全国大会俺たちの分まで頑張ってくれよ。
Yeah. Ollie loves Tsunami. Oh. Well.
ちょっと待って。
Well.
どういうことだ。
Well.
つまり私たち
Well.
全国大会進出決定？
Well, I guess we're going in.
決定ですね。
Well. Hope they added an extended story. Hope so too.
1ヶ月後、南雲原イレブンは決勝大会の舞台、東京へと旅立った。
Oh my god! Avengers music! Rah! Epic song for Depression arc? Yep.
ここまで来た。
お
全国に。
おやおや、前に見えるのは南雲原の皆さんじゃないですか。
Was that the team that they fought?
俺が 雑魚だってこと。
Oh shit!
俺自身が一番よく知っている。俺の代わりなんて今の南雲原にはいくらでもいる。
ソジ、目障りだ。
Oh my god, it's between his old school?
なんでダメなんだ。
Oh my god! He's doing a persona!
稲妻11。
Oh my god! He's a Persona 5 protagonist! Holy shit! That's what, he was a Shibuya! He is Persona 5! The one where he points a gun at himself or tears off a mask. I think it's tears off a mask, not gun. Wow, Odaiba! Odaiba!
ここがお台場サッカーガーデン。
Odaiba! Saka Garden. Yeah, Persona 5. Wow!
なんか素敵。
Wow!
聖地だな。
聖地だな。うん。
ついにここに来られたか。
そう。
そんなにすごいところなんですか？
サッカーをやっているものであれば誰もが憧れる場所だ。
おお。
この都会の中にあり、つつましやかな佇まい。良きところだな。
最終調整の環境として申し分ないですね。
お、いよいよここまでやってきた。ここから戦いはもっと熾烈なものになる。だけど僕は春が待つ。このビクトリーロードを進んでいくんだ。
In this area. Wait, it's a new song? What? There's a second. Oh my god, that's so cool. Holy shit, who's that? Ooh, he's so cool. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Victorio! Victoria! Victoria! What? What was that? Wait, what was that? Was that his Keshin? Wait, he had his Keshin. Wait. That's now going to be permanent intro every time you get into the game. Guys, I really want to go to the toilet, but I haven't found a time to go to the toilet. Oh my god, this game keeps surprising me. What the hell?
気持ちいい場所ですよね。
Guys, can I go to the toilet real quick? Just for... Okay.
How do
I pause? How do I pause? How do I pause? How do I pause? How do I pause?
ご案内いたしましょう。
別に。
How do I pause? What button? What? Yeah, how do I pause here? Wait, that's a screenshot.
これを見れば問題ない。
Take off auto. Oh!
え、そんなんあんの？今年から？
That's off auto, right? Okay. Let me go to the toilet, guys. Hold on. Toilet. Eki. Iggy. Imbek.
去年からあったぞ。
Yippee. Hydrate? You're right. I want to hydrate too. Okay. I'll play till 1. I just want to know. Hi. Oh my god, that's the statue of Endo Mamoru?
案内を受けましたが、決勝大会の間、フットボールフロンティアの参加選手たちはこのお台場サッカーガーデン内に宿泊し生活することになります。
Oh, we get to stay here. Wow.
なんかキャンプみたいでワクワクするな。遠藤守の像もあって全国に来た感パーね。
Damn.
ここは最近では少年サッカーファンの聖地になっていて、オフ期間中には観光客も来るらしい。
Oh my god.
こんなにいい環境で練習できるなんてすごい待遇。
Wow.
それだけじゃありません。ガーデン内には小型機の発着場があり、自分の学校にいつでも戻って調整が可能になっているんです。
今まで通り南雲原での特訓ができるってこと？
そう。
はい。だから急遽新しい選手を起用したい場合もいつでも連れてくることができるんです。
Wow. Oh my god. Wait until you start your Bond Town might be a drag or Bond Town? I feel like you're spilling a little bit too much things, Brian. I'm not even there. Wherever you're telling me, I'm not there yet. I don't know what that is. We just ball.
だがここには他の学校のチームもいる。連中と鉢合わせしてバチバチになるってことだな。
I don't play Sims 4. Fun fact, I don't think I've ever played Sims before. I've only played My Sims, and I think that was in DS. It's inside Inazuma 11. What? I've also never played a Sims game. Yeah, I never played a Sims game before, aside My Sims. The one in DS. Ipsuzu!
そんな交流も楽しいじゃん。おーし、ここで優勝目指して特訓だね。みんな頑張ろう。
This was part 7. I just realized. There we go. I can't imagine you not being. Oh, I don't like the art style. I never liked the art style of Sims. It's too weird for me. So I think I would just play My Sims. Oh?
みんな落ち着いて聞いてほしい。
Oh, calm down and listen.
経前嵐山はある理由で南雲原が越えられない壁を持っているんだ。
Oh shit.
このままじゃ次の試合で南雲原は 100% 負ける。
That means like we have a wall that we haven't been able to pass with this school, and at this rate we'll 100% lose. Damn. That's crazy.
どういうこと？
まあ詳しいことは午後から宿舎コテージで作戦会議をします。それまでは各自サッカーガーデン内を見物することにしましょ
う。Damn.
そこまで言ってやめるの？
That's grim.
いいじゃねえか。決勝大会に強い相手がいるのは当たり前だ。作戦をしっかり考えれば勝機はあるさ。
That's really grim.
まずはこのガーデンの観光と行こうぜ。
うん。
お、楽しそう。
楽しそう。
皆さんの気分転換にも良さそうですね。
Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. J.O. Stellar Mega Man. What stream what you were doing, Handan? It's so big, I know. Ha 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 ha. Ronaldinho success. J.O. Stellar Mega Man. Is that it? Jurassic World Evolution. I've never played that game before. Hope you were doing good. Thank you for reading. We're currently entering chapter 7 of Inazuma 11, but I'm trying to find like a part where I can probably end stream. So you're around at the end of the stream. Honestly. Doing good though. Had a lot of laughs and giggles this stream. It was really funny.
サッカーガーデンの施設を確認しておこう。まずは一通り回ってみるか。
I wanna... 同じ必殺技を2つ以上アビラボードに装備すると必殺技が進化して威力が上昇していく。進化を重ねて上的移動もわー。Oh, it's the one with the V2 and G2. Can I explore a bit? Yeah, I want to explore a bit.
伝説のサッカープレイヤー。
I'm surprised to see you're still awake. I feel like I have so much adrenaline from the entire soccer matches that I feel like I'm not sleepy yet. And then I took a nap in the evening. I'll probably run out soon, but I want to explore. First. Fire tornado! That might explain it. Yeah, I've been feeling very sleepy at like 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. So I take a 2-hour nap from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Oh! Oh! Wait, there's so much. Okay. We explore. Oh, present. よし。撮った写真は大会後のI forgot it's on auto. That's also on auto. Now time to progress a bit. We're at chapter 7. みんな、今は第7章。We're at chapter 7. Whoa! Oh, I can't fall down there. Yo, this is kind of scary though. Like, what if you fall down forever? Oh, never mind. It's fine. I want ball. Ball. Pray from playing against grandmas and kids. Now you play against Japan's finest? You're right. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. You're right. Playing with Japan's finest. Ooh. Yay. You know what? Aside slightly still having energy, I low-key feel like I want food.
サッカーグラウンド。芝の柔らかさや風の影響など。
Okay, what if we stop if we have to like go through a match or like a big story? For now, I think I want to cool down my adrenaline by just exploring. That way, I can sleep immediately. Because I feel like if I stop now, the adrenaline is still running, and then I'll be like, I'm sorry, my brain just going, are you ready? Adrenaline is bumping. That song suddenly plays in my brain, and I'm like, okay. That's definitely a sign that I don't think I can sleep just yet. Any cravings? Not really. I don't have cravings at the moment. Oh, I want chocolate though. You're good. I did the same thing but on the other side from when you can see the entrance. Ah. Random brain power, but okay, yeah. Adrenaline is bumping. Adrenaline is bumping. In doubt, pizza. Oh. Damn, Zayd, you distracted me by saying pizza. なんかそろそろ配信終わろうと思うんだけど、まだなんかここら辺見たいんだけど集中できなくて、ピザのことが見たらAdrenaline skill issue. Yeah, what's the excuse that time? Pizza no hanashi. Ooh, it's the thingy. 見てみんな, look at this. It's the plane. Is it a bird? No. Is it a plane? No. It's Skypod. Technically it's a plane. It's technically the plane. Yippee. Wow, there's so much. Oh my god. Wait, Minna, are you telling me all these houses are home to like different soccer teams? Wow. Everyone has a lodge? That's crazy. Maybe I should have played soccer as a kid and then like isekai. What the fuck? Maybe I should have played soccer as a kid, isekai'd myself to Inazuma 11 world, and then that way I could also play with the rich kids. Oh, okay, I got this. She loves to organize. Wait, can I fish? No, guys, I can't fishy. Isekai yourself? Yeah. How could you, Rei-chan? Kinda, however, it is in different parts of town. Here you can recite more in the lower class. That's true, but like, imagine you can be with the soccer buddies. Oh my god, guys, imagine I do a Hisatsu waza. なんか、もし異世界史としたら、イナイレの世界に行こうとして、こういう立派な家に住むことができるのは、なんとすごいな。それとも、I would be really healthy as well. 健康的はめっちゃいいんじゃん。It's great how those soccer balls we see there in the morning and at night but show up one time and there's a ton of them. あれ? Where? Oh, there's nothing. I thought it's the one with the... And you would leave us without Hisatsu? What if we all isekai together? You know, we all isekai together and then we go to Inaire together and then we'll make our own soccer team.
選手をもてなす環境としては最高だと言える。
Do you know how that sounds? No? Isn't it cool? We can just like do a sao and like go into Inazuma 11 world but actually can come back out kind of thing? Like do a healthy sao? No? How about no isekai and we play Inaire? But what about being inside Inaire? No? No desu ka? We can just play soccer now and go to Japan. Damn guys, my health is not that great though. I wish I continued doing sports as a kid, but I don't have it. Saying let's isekai ourselves just does not sound right. Doesn't it sound funny though? No? It's not funny to you? Oh, sorry. I think my edge is showing. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. This is Odaiba now? Holy shit. This is Odaiba? Oh, it's a dream I'm afraid to want, and I don't want some crazy man using Doom Break on the planet. The playlist is showing. Oh, what playlist there? Oh, you may say. Ha ha ha. Oh my god, it really is Odaiba. Even the guys. Guys, can I just tell you? Can I tell you guys that I feel like Inazuma 11 has more money than Pokemon ZA? I'ma shut my mouth now. That's a really hot take. I'ma just shut up right now. But I really feel like I knew you were going to. I'm sorry. I really think so though. Thank you, level 5. Like, look at the plants. ZA, what are you doing? You could have let me play. No. I mean, this game was being made since 2016, so I would be ashamed if it had ZA graphics. I know. I mean, the Pokemon team has to be overworked at that point, right? Like, literally, like, a year to make things. Oh my god. Oh, let's buy. Ding. No, I don't know what. Ding. Oh, they have their uniforms here. Oh, eh? Oh. 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 Is that Raimon? Oh my god! It's Raimon. Oh my god. Sorry, I got this. Wait, guys, this guy look funny, but I don't want to deal with him right now. Okay, this one.
ショッピングモール。ここでもサッカー関係
No
の
read
アイテム
insta
を買うこ
buy.
とができるようだ。
Yes, that's how it should be. Oh, wait, I can go upstairs, guys. 見て見て、I can go upstairs. 2階に。Oh, where's that? I can get something. ありがとう。もう読めない。Sorry, I'm not reading anymore. My brain is cooked, but I really want to explore. We love gifts? Yeah! Where's my gift? Oh! He's over there. Chotomate! Pachang! Yippee. It's so big. I just want to explore. Ball! Hop, step. What the? Oh my god, it has such long hair. Hop, step, jump. Oh my god, that reminds me of the Shugochara anime. Da da da. Hop, step, jump. みんないるから。ドゥドゥルドゥルのあ。ダダダダダダダラ。じっとで。何日か。心の大好きだってみんな Yeah, my brain has so much anime. Oh, more ball. 待って待って。おちょちょ No! Wrong hit. あともう少し Just a wee bit more, guys. 何Oh my god, this place is huge. なんかここの場所ってすごいな。大きい。ああ。It's the guy from the other team. Go explore and hit every ball. Yeah. All balls must be kicked. No balls should ever remain. Ball must gone. Ball. If ball gone, that means good job. If ball exists, that means no good job. He has a very similar haircut to Haizaki, but even more unkept. That's true, but I feel like Haizaki is still cooler though. Oh my god, though. Guys, there's so much. Okay, let's go to the thunder thingy. Is it here? Wait, okay. Oh, well. Ball. Why is there so much balls? Wow. Ball. Wait, there's more here. Wait. Where should I go first? Okay, maybe ball there. Okay, ball. What? Oh no, it's story! No! Wait, I didn't want to do a story. I just wanted to find balls. Shit. That's what I said, go by the water. I didn't know.
そんなに強い感じしないけ
And
ど
there's a delay anyways. Ooh, they're scary.
おやお
や、前に見えるのは南雲原の皆さんじゃないですか。
なんだと。
やっぱ田舎っぺは柄も悪そうだね。
こいつら。
あれ、なんか見たことあるやついるし。ソジじゃん。
Oh shit.
あなた知っているの？
Oh.
ちょっとね。
Oh.
ソジ、なんでお前がここにいんの？
What the fuck? Okay.
決勝まで来たからだろ。
そういう意味じゃなくってさ。
お？
みんなのおかげでここまで来られたっていうか、まあ成り行きで。
お前こんなとこにいるキャラじゃないじゃん。存在感出したらお前じゃないだろ。
どんなキャラなんだよ。
つなぎの素地、主役と主役の間の隙間をつなぐ役目。ここは全員主役が来る舞台なんだぜ。お前の出る幕じゃないっつうの。
What the fuck? Why is he so mean?
いや、それはそうかも。
本当の主役がどちらなのか、試合をすればわかることじゃないですか。
Yeah, say it, say it.
はあ？お前たちのデータ見たぜ。わかってんだろ？お前たちは絶対に
My
勝
god,
てない
he's so mean. Like, he's so mean. Like, what the fuck? Why is he... These are middle schoolers? Why are they so mean? Why are they so mean as a middle schooler?
物理的に。
What the fuck?
はあ？小物が何言ってんだか。
小物？
まあまあ皆さん、試合前の校
Were
場
middle
戦とし
schoolers
ては
nice at your
もう
school?
十分でしょう。
Middle was kind of okay, but high schoolers are usually the mean
ス
ones.
タジアムで会えるのを楽しみにしていますよ。では、ごきげんよう。
Oh, I don't like their personalities, chat.
最高に感じの悪い奴らだな。
前の学校の同級生なんですよ。
Oh god.
なんかかっこ悪いところ
Have
見られちゃ
fun.
ったな。
I think I will end the stream too now. Like after this, I'm like, okay, I may have gone too far, and I want my brain to have like a little bit more energy.
いつものことですし。あれ、さあ気を取り直して続きの見物しましょう。
木曽路。残りの施設もチェックしていくか。
Okay. I think this is a good time to end the stream. Let me just. I think we're entering a heavy arc since it's Kisoji. Okay. だったんだね。配信に来てくれてありがとうございました。Thank you everyone for coming to today's stream. I'm sorry that I got a little bit later than usual. Well, I'll see. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow, but we'll see. And yeah, thank you so much. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye. Thank you. I'm off to Ippyland. It was nice knowing you. Damn, what the fuck. Anyways, good night, guys. I'll figure out who to raid in the next 5 minutes.